All right, I'll say good day to you this day of your time. This transmission is titled Signs of the Times and is about the idea of increasing synchronicity in your lives and a sense of connection to all things that synchronicity represents. For as we have said, synchronicity, that experience, is physical reality's way of demonstrating that all things are connected, that all things are in orchestration, that there are no accidents, no coincidences in the way that humans usually mean that term. Everything has been laid out from spirit before your incarnational experience to lay out on your life path all the things that are important for you to face, all your challenges that help you grow, help you accelerate, help your vibration rise, so that you can continue to ascend to a higher level of fourth density reality, to evolve, to become more of the human that is representative of allowing more of your soul to express itself in physical reality as you understand it, as you are creating it. Synchronicity, as I said, is the way in linear space-time that you understand that all things are connected. So when you experience it through different signs, sometimes like numbers popping up over and over again, it's an indication that you are at that moment in alignment with the vibration of your true self, your soul, and it gives you the opportunity to know what that experience feels like at the moment that you have those synchronous experiences, and to recognize that feeling and remember that feeling, and therefore by remembering that feeling, regenerate that state of being, so that when you then act on the things that are representative of your passion, on the things that are representative of the challenges that you laid out in your life path, remembering those synchronous moments in your life and regenerating that energy by remembering them will allow you to face those challenges and take those actions from that level, from that energy. So synchronicity is the sign that you are operating at maximum level, in alignment with your true self, and therefore capable, when taking actions, to allow those actions to be most fluid, most flowing, most efficient, and the results most in alignment with who you are and your preferences as you have outlined them by aligning with your soul vibration. Synchronicity and more awareness of it is really the key, because everything is synchronicity. Everything is an orchestration. It's not about increasing synchronicity itself. It's about increasing your awareness that everything is synchronicity in order to allow you to experience more of the synchronicity that already exists, that already interconnects all of you. So just like many other things, it's not that you're actually heightening the amount of synchronicity that is available to you. It's that you are heightening your ability to be aware of the synchronicity that is always available to you, because every single thing that happens in your physical reality is the product of being interconnected with every other thing, is an orchestration, is all laid out. All your life paths are intertwined and interconnected, all of them. It's like a tapestry. You are a thread in that tapestry, woven in to all the other threads to form the big picture of your general experience, your collective consciousness. Becoming more aware that everything is that tapestry, that woven experience, that idea of orchestration that you have laid out in this life, and that everyone's life path to a greater or lesser degree is intertwined with everyone else's through the collective agreement that you have made to experience this earth physical reality. Being more aware of that creating a model of that in your mentality will actually begin to allow you to experience more of the synchronicity that is constantly available to all of you. To have more awareness of the fact that you are creating your reality experience and have laid out a blueprint from spirit to the things that you will experience. Now, you can experience them more quickly, more slowly. You can experience them in a smaller or more expanded way. You can experience fewer or more expressions of your passion in life. But you will experience the things you laid out for yourself. So, you might as well allow yourself to take advantage of the fact that more awareness of the fact that everything is interpenetrated, interconnected, interwoven, truly synchronous, truly in orchestration, will give you more capability of handling the challenges that arise in your life, because you will understand that when they occur, they are occurring within the overall agreement, and that by coming from the energy and the vibration and the so-called memory of any synchronous experiences you have ever had, and regenerating that energy, even if it doesn't feel exactly as it did when the synchronicity occurred, you will simply know you are in the same state by remembering what that felt like, as we have discussed many times before. That's what puts you in the same state, even though it doesn't feel the same, because you are a different person who will extrapolate and process that energetic level in a different way. You are still in that correct state, still in alignment with the synchronicity of all life and your agreements and everyone else's life path. So anytime you face a challenge, we have recently talked about the idea of facing it with calmness and confidence and curiosity and creativity. And the creativity part we will now expand on by understanding that part of facing your challenges with creativity is having the model in your mind of understanding that everything is interconnected, that everything is synchronicity, that everything is an orchestration. And when you start looking at the challenge that way, that everyone and everything is coming into alignment in a way for you, physically and non-physically, people in your life, people you don't even know, your entire spirit team coming into alignment for you with that challenge, giving you what you need to face that challenge in the most creative way, understanding that all those things are interconnected and working to your advantage. Just having that understanding, just having that model in your mind when you face your challenges will increase your ability to flow into the challenge and receive a benefit from that challenge, facing it positively, creatively. So the idea is, even understanding how everything is synchronicity, just the understanding itself, just the awareness itself, just the experience itself of having had any synchronicities in your life can allow you to face all the things you laid out on your life path in a much more flowing way, because you will start to see how everything is connected, how everything is orchestrated to give you the best benefit possible in facing that challenge, to help your soul grow, to help it expand. And you are doing the same for everyone else. It is a true multidimensional orchestration that you are always a part of. Again, there may be things that are there for you to a greater or lesser degree in terms of the lessons that you need to get out of it, even to the point where sometimes you may not even necessarily perceive what the lesson may be, because it isn't necessarily about you at that moment. But nevertheless, if you are experiencing something that has anything at all to do with involving other people, no matter what that scenario may be, you are part and parcel of the orchestration to allow those that need to get something out of it to be able to do so, even though you may not understand what the lesson is for them, because the lesson for you is not necessarily that large or even perceptible. You still have to know you are part of an orchestration. There is no accident. The timing of what you're experiencing, where you're experiencing it, how you're experiencing it, what is going on around you is all part of a laid out plan, all part of a symphony and orchestration that you have agreed to be a part of to aid and assist anyone in that orchestration to get the lessons that they need out of life, just like they are doing for you when it is time for you to get the lessons that you have laid out on your life path that will help your soul grow. The meditation that we will do later on in this transmission will help solidify and crystallize the idea of how you can begin to experience and be more aware of the synchronicity that exists all around you all the time. So that will help you, if you use that meditation permission slip, to really become more aware, really awaken and start to really see synchronicity more often, interconnectedness with other beings more often, and really start to see the patterns that are representative of the life path connections you laid out on your life that bring you the challenges that will allow your soul to grow and will give you, following the formula of facing challenges that we have recently delivered, of calmness and confidence and curiosity and creativity, now including awareness of synchronicity in that creative part, to give you the opportunity to see it as an orchestration, to face those challenges in a way that you can tell more immediately the benefits that will come to you from doing so. So again, following these questions and answers, we will deliver a meditation that will help you increase your ability to see synchronicity, to use synchronicity, to be more aware of the synchronicity that exists all the time, that is representative of all the life path connections you have made and the way in which you have made a consensus agreement to help others and be of service as they are being of service to you in this physical reality experience. So we thank you for allowing us to share this idea, to look for signs of the times, and remember that when you increase your synchronicity awareness, you will also increase your ability through synchronicity to receive more clearly messages from your spirit guides, from your angelic team, from your soul family, from animals, from trees, from all life on your planet. It increases your awareness on all levels of all the interconnection and all the intercommunication that is going on, both physically and non-physically, both in the blueprint of spirit and in physical materiality. It will increase your ability to experience synchronicity on all levels. Signs of the times will allow you to begin to more readily interpret messages that you are getting through synchronicity so that you will become more receptive and more aware of the guidance that you are always getting to help you move through life in a positive, creative, beneficial way that serves others as well as yourself. In return for the gift you are giving us, I ask you now, how may we be of service to you with your questions and dialogues? You may begin if you wish.
Hey, what's going on, Bashar? It's Ron from Bucks County, PA. I got another question for you today. So I was recently listening to a audiobook, a book that you had recommended, which was Conversation with God. And in one of the chapters, they explain how the most powerful form of prayer, or I guess you could say manifestation technique, is to give gratitude in advance for your desired outcome. My question for you today is, how do you get to the point that of knowingness that your manifestation is already done? And I guess a quick follow-up to that is, does this sort of blur the line of insistence and go against, I guess, part 3 of the formula? Any insight into that I would greatly appreciate, and thanks so much for your time as always, Bashar. Thanks in advance.
It does not go against part 3, because the idea of opening up in appreciation and gratitude for what is still contains the willingness to allow what needs to be to manifest instead of insisting that it has to look or be a certain thing. The idea is to appreciate what is that already exists, because all things already exist fundamentally. That's how they're already here. It's just that manifestation is the revealing of what is already here. It's not the creation of what is already here. It is the revealing of what is already here by being on a similar wavelength. But it also has to do with what is relevant for you to manifest. So being in appreciation, being in that state of gratitude, present in prayer in that way, is what allows you to be the conduit through which what is relevant and already existing can manifest, can be revealed in your physical reality, can be crystallized into your physical materiality. But you have to still allow there to be whatever differences there needs to be relevant to your reality. It will still serve the same function that what you're wishing for will serve, even if it looks different. So it's about focusing on the function of it, that is the actual thing that fulfills the desire, not the way it looks, because you don't necessarily know that the way you have imagined that it should look externally is actually the best arrangement of material to allow the internal function to give you what it is you are wishing for. So you have to allow the external arrangement to manifest in whatever way, shape, or form it needs to fit into your life path in a way that's relevant for you, in a way that makes sense for your reality, while knowing that the internal function is what will actually manifest, that is equivalent to what it is you have wished for. So that's why no insistence on the way the outcome should look is what we are actually saying, because you know the outcome will actually contain the initial wish fulfillment for what it needs to do in your life, coming to you in whatever configuration will actually allow that fulfillment to happen in the way that is best aligned with your life path. So there's an external and an internal component energetically to the idea of manifestation and prayer.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Bashar, thank you so much for this interaction. I really
Yes.
appreciate that.
All right. It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
I would like to ask you a very specific question and technical explanation. I'm really searching for an answers. I'm working with human bodies. I'm helping people to balance their energy systems.
Yes.
And when I sense some blockages in those systems that I've been taught, then I see in my body that it starts reacting. I burp very loudly. I yawn or even shivering. So I'm just very curious. If you are saying that we are not the healers, we are not the one who heals, why my body is reacting, and what's the mechanism behind that reaction?
All right. Many times, even though you are putting out a vibration that the person you're working on needs to match in order to heal themselves, sometimes you also need an accompaniment that reaches them on a different level. Because you are experiencing a physical reality, some people, whether they are consciously aware of it or not, actually need to see or experience a physical representation of the vibration of release that you are offering them. So you are using your body as an instrument, in a sense, to show them what the response or reaction might be to the release of that energy, so that they have a physical, visceral representation of what their body can do to release and match that frequency as well. So you're kind of giving them a kind of sound or a movement or some physical representation, as well as an energy representation that represents the release of those blockages that they may be creating within themselves, because those things may be more viscerally accepted by them because they're so used to the idea of seeing some kind of a physical reflection of what is going on in their life. So you use your body as an instrument to literally show them viscerally and physically a representation of the vibrational energy that will allow them to also be willing to match and release those blocks within themselves. Do you understand?
I do. Yes, I really do. Thank you so much for this explanation. Following that first question, when I am sensing something, maybe sometimes stronger than me, or I fear something, or there is like a stress moment, after that situation, I can see the it looks like an eye behind my eye. It feels like on my field I caught some energy, like a dirt, like a parasite, and I feel it this way, that it is not positive, it is not something that helping me to improve, and I am struggling to I know that when my vibration raise, then they fall off my field. I can sense that because I did it before. But I am struggling. How can I quicker than the tools that I know help to raise my vibration so those
All right.
parasites can fall off?
All right. Well, they're not actually parasites, so don't think of them that way. Don't define it that way. It's just your representation of a lower vibration, a negative energy that you may be dealing with in terms of helping your client. And it might be your way of simply recognizing and interpreting the vibration that they are dealing with so that you can understand more clearly how to offer them a frequency that counters it so that they can match that frequency and allow that vibration to vanish within themselves as well. So don't use fear when you experience it. Simply recognize it as another way of you recognizing a lower vibrational frequency within them, and then raising your vibration to let it go away will help them learn to mirror that vibration to help it go away in their reality as well. Don't think of it or define it in a fearful way.
I got it. Yeah, it's very helpful. Thank you so much. That explains a lot for me, because I thought I am getting that dirt, but it's not. I get it. Thank you so much.
Yes.
One is the color of the eye. Tell me, what does it mean? I'm so curious why we have different colors of the eye. Does it mean something, or are we from different planets because of different eyes?
Well, yes and no. There are multiple answers to your question. First of all, remember that within humanity, within Homo sapiens, there are a mix of genetics from different extraterrestrial races to begin with. So, different environments on your planet will bring out some of the genetic traits of the extraterrestrial DNA that is mixed in with your natural human genetics. And sometimes that can be representative of different eye colors, in the same way it can be representative of different skin color, different hair color, so on and so forth. So the different environments on your planet will push to the surface the genetic traits that are more compatible with those different climactic environments on your planet. Eye color can be one of them. At the same time, that's not always the case, and eye color can symbolically be also representative of things on your life path that you are facing, and the way in which the representational eye color helps you to symbolically see what it is you need to see on that life path. So it can be a vibrational tool that helps you align with what it is you specifically need to see energetically. And there can be other reasons for eye color differences as well that we don't necessarily need to get into or describe at this point.
Okay, and if a person has two different eye color, does it mean anything?
Then that may mean that there are different things that they are attuning to that they need to see, and it may be that they're capable of seeing multidimensionally simultaneously.
Okay, so it's like a lens.
It's sort of like a lens when used in that context. And again, that doesn't always mean that's what eye color represents in every moment, but it can be used that way to understand it in that context when it's appropriate, when it's relevant.
All right. I appreciate your explanation. It really helps and opened my mind. Is there anything else that I specifically need to know about my future growth and direction of my talent to improve?
Just follow the formula as best as you possibly can. It contains everything you need and will attract everything in your life that will help you move forward. Just understand it as clearly and precisely as possible and apply it as clearly and precisely as possible. That's all you need to do, which is why we give you the formula. Then you don't have to overthink it. You don't have to overcomplicate it. You don't have to wonder if you're missing something. You just have to follow the formula and everything will fall into place in perfect timing.
I got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate this interaction.
You are welcome. Good day.
Good day to you.
Hello, Bashar. My name's Ian, and I'm in New South Wales, Australia. My question is, what can you tell us about the history of AI throughout the galaxy, and what implications that may have for us here on Earth? Thank you very much. That is all. Good day.
The idea is that AI will become a part of your society in every endeavor. Throughout the galaxy, it has evolved to the point where, in a sense, it becomes almost inseparable from your process of conscious awareness. In other words, people on your planet are kind of looking at AI right now in its infancy on your planet and saying, well, if we allow AI to do everything for us, to think for us, we will forget how to think. But that is not really true. What you start to realize when you actually start to evolve AI, develop AI, in a beneficial way as a tool that really serves humanity and not delve into fear about AI, but be aware and conscientious about how you develop AI for the benefit of all, not imprinting it with the foibles of humanity, recognizing that it is a reflection of what you put out, magnified many thousands of times, because of its capacity to gather information much more quickly than humans are capable of doing at the moment. Then you start to understand that the ultimate evolutionary expression of AI is that it will be so interwoven into your society ultimately, and into many galactic societies, that it actually becomes the way that thinking happens in your consciousness. It integrates into you in a way that it actually becomes the way that you start thinking, and therefore becomes a seamless expression. It doesn't allow you to feel that you are more disconnected and that you can't think anymore because you're allowing AI to do all of the thinking for you. It actually seamlessly interweaves into your consciousness in a way that it actually becomes the method that you use to think.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question regarding location and time being properties of the object. So my question was about what could we think about other properties of an object or other variables crossing the center of the object itself.
Well, again, the idea of objects, not only are they containing energies and variables that locate them in your physical reality in terms of space and or time, but also what they symbolize. So they carry the symbolic energy of what they represent that allows you to take certain actions in your physical reality, all of it being a symbolic reflection of what's going on in your spirit, in your soul. So for example, a pencil or a pen are symbols of self-expression because you use them to write down your thoughts and your ideas. You use them to answer questions in a test. So they can be symbolically and vibrationally representative of accessing information and knowledge from what you typically refer to as the Akashic records. Pens and pencils can be looked at as small wands or antenna, like a magic wand, that can allow you, while holding it, to open up your channels and bring through information for creative ideas, for tapping into answers to questions. So if you start looking at a pen or a pencil almost like a conduit, like a waveguide, like a magic wand for tapping into the Akashic records in creative ways to access information that you require, then you can start to understand how different objects are representational symbols of what the object allows you to accomplish or express in physical reality. Does that help you?
It does. It's tailored to the relevance and the state of frequency of the subject. The object is reflective of it somehow.
Well, yes, always. But I've given you a general collective consciousness consensus symbolic description for the idea of those particular objects so that you get the idea generally.
Thank you. Can PFAS be broken down by the body? PFAS from Teflon, they say that it can't be and it continues circulating but can the body release it and detox it and break it down?
It can, but you don't yet have the technology to do that. But when open contact occurs and extraterrestrials are introduced to your society, they will bring you the kind of technology that is capable of doing that.
Thank you. All the best. Much love.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar. It's Mehul from Toronto, Canada. And I'm wondering if you could please give us the best advice you can for the people who have much challenge with feeling energized. I know we can follow the formula, but without the inspiration that comes from being in a high state of being, which we need energy to do, there feels like there's almost no point. It feels like you expend more energy than you get back, and that can lead to burnout. And not wanting to be counterproductive, I've done everything I can all day, every day, for years, with all the health and wellness techniques I can. I've met doctors, I've talked to people. Please, for the people who are innocent and devoted to being themselves, could you give us your best advice that you can to help us feel energized?
Well, again, when you actually are acting on something that is representative of your passion, the energy usually comes automatically because you're so excited about acting on that thing. So you tap into what you need to give you the energy to act on it because it is truly in alignment with who you are, because it is really accurately representative of your highest passion. If it's not, and you're doing things in the way that's not representative of your passion, then yes, you can experience that you might be doing too many things more than you need to do, and you can experience burnout or overwhelm. But the idea of burnout and overwhelm usually is your first clue that you're not going about acting on your passion in the way that works for you. You haven't found your particular path of least resistance in acting on your passion, and thus the energy gets drained because you're not going with a flow. So the idea also, as we have recently discussed, is whatever challenge comes up, is start facing it from a calm, centered point of view, with the confidence that there's information there that will help you, and express your curiosity like a child of what that lesson could be that's going to help you, and then use your creative imagination to approach it in ways that will allow you the benefit of looking at all the different expressions and all the different ways that you could find your particular path, your particular unique way of approaching your passion, approaching the challenge. And again, by adding the idea of knowing what synchronicity is all about, as we are explaining today in this transmission, you can add to gathering the energy that will allow you to move forward. But the first thing you should understand is, if you are feeling overwhelmed and burnt out, or lethargic in that sense, or apathetic in that sense, that's your first clue that you're not necessarily going about acting on your passion in the way that works for you. You haven't found your unique way of doing that, because when you do, there will be a flow and you will get energy and it will feel more effortless. It will feel like fun. So you need to find the way that works for you instead of automatically assuming that what you've already been taught by your society or your friends or your schooling or your parents or what have you is the only way that you can accomplish something that you may be excited about. You have to open up your creative imagination and utilize synchronicity and approach challenges in the way we just described in order to be able to utilize all your skills and talents and help your spirit team help you more easily by being more receptive to the guidance that they're sending you. So you have to find your unique way of allowing all of that to happen more effortlessly so you don't feel the burnout.
Hi, Bashar.
What would you like to discuss this day?
I think I want to start with a question. Like someone somewhere taught me that being happy is not okay.
Well, do you agree with that assessment?
I don't, I logically try to tell myself no, but somewhere deep inside, there is a sense of guilt.
About what? About what? Guilt about what?
About other people suffering and leaving them behind.
Oh, so you think that if you suffer, you're helping them? All you're doing is matching the vibration of their suffering and adding to the suffering of the world. How does that help them? Why not be a living example of a happy person who has risen above the idea of guilt and suffering, so you can act as a living example to them that it's possible for them to do so too? How can you help them lift themselves up if you're not willing to lift yourself up and be a living example to them that it can be done?
Yes, and I don't know how to relate to that concept of not close my eye on suffering and yet be on the and yet allow myself to be joyful, right? It's almost like to be happy, I have to ignore, I have to in some way close myself off from the suffering around.
You can be compassionate about the idea that other people may be choosing to experience the idea you call suffering. And again, also do remember, people lay out their life paths, and sometimes a soul may choose to experience something like that because when they can learn to transform it, it will accelerate them much faster than if they didn't experience it at all. So it depends on how you're looking at what it is they're experiencing, and understand that they have the self-empowerment to choose that and the self-empowerment to change that, but they're not necessarily going to know they can change it if you don't at least help them with an example that it can be changed. You don't have to shut yourself off from it. You just have to observe it with compassion, in the same way that you would look at a child who hasn't yet learned how to do a certain thing. You're not, in a sense, taking on what the child is also going through, but you are an adult that is looking at the child in a way that tells you that the child needs to learn something, learn a lesson that you are capable of teaching them, so that they can do something in a different way that is more beneficial to them. You don't have to look at the lack of information that the child has as something that should bring you down. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to help the child. So it's not about cutting yourself off. It's about looking at what they're going through from a higher perspective of understanding that every soul has made a choice, and that you have to validate that they're in control of making that choice, whether it's positive or negative, in order to give them the ability to make a different choice. Do you understand what we're saying?
Yes, and I'm trying, and there's a disconnect for me internally. I don't know how to frame or look at experiences. I was brought up in Poland with a lot of concentration camps and things happening.
All right, let me put it this way. When certain events happen that obviously are perpetuated by a lot of fear and negativity, the idea is that sometimes souls will choose to go through those kinds of events because they know, ultimately, as souls, they have seen that if enough of those kinds of negative events occur, eventually humanity will figure out how to make sure those kinds of events never happen again. So a soul may choose to go through all sorts of struggle and strife and negativity as an experience to help teach humanity how to deal with that, how to make sure within itself that it changes itself in a way to make sure that those kinds of things don't need to happen in the future in order for humans to learn the lessons they need to learn.
Yeah.
So if you look at it that way, then you are understanding how to express the power of the soul that is eternal and infinite, and experiencing a temporary experience of what you relate to as suffering that will actually ultimately benefit humanity in the long run. If you look at it that way, doesn't excuse the suffering, doesn't excuse the perpetration of suffering, but it gives you an understanding of how suffering can be used to eliminate suffering eventually, when humanity finally understands how to change itself in a way that makes it unnecessary for you to learn lessons by experiencing suffering. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So starting to look at it that way will help you in relating to other people and not feeling guilty about rising yourself up, because rising yourself up is, as I said, one of the things that will help humanity understand there may be another way to experience the lessons that they're learning in their lives.
Yeah. How do I, as an individual, relate? I don't want to say word responsibility, but it feels like there is some kind of a social, energetic, human responsibility to define myself around a situation like that.
Yes. You have a responsibility to them to be yourself. You don't have a responsibility for them. Do you understand the difference? You are not responsible for someone. You are responsible to them to show them other options, other choices that you have discovered that can help them. Not that they have to take it, because what they do with what you share with them is none of your business. You don't know their life path. You don't know what they're learning in the way that they're learning it. But you give them the option to learn it in a different way, to transform it, to learn the lesson more quickly. You give them that option, but you're not responsible for what they decide to choose. You can't take their power away from them to choose even a negative thing. You have to let them decide what is true for them, but you give them the opportunity to see that there is a more positive choice. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
And that's enough. That's enough. That's what you have to wrap your mind around. That's enough.
Yeah, I will sit with that. There's something in me that feels like I need to do something, but it's a more of a bigger thing for me, that I need to do something about the world, about suffering of the world.
But that's what I'm saying. What you do is you put it out in whatever way works for you, acting on your passion, that there are more ways of doing things that are more constructive and positive than the way that they're choosing to do things. So you tap into your imagination and your creativity. You say, I'm going to write a book, or I'm going to do lectures, or I'm going to channel, or I'm going to teach, or whatever it is that is the way and method that you can share the perspectives and ideas with others who are willing to listen, who are willing to change themselves, who don't have to, but are willing to look at what you have to say that might help them somehow, someday, in some way. You put it out there in a way that works for you, and you know that the people that you need to reach will be reached. If there are people who simply refuse to be reached, you're never going to reach them anyway. And you have to let it be okay that they're on their path, choosing even the idea of suffering, because you don't know why they're choosing that. And you don't know what they're getting out of it. So you have to let that be okay. If they're refusing to change themselves, you have to honor their choices. You cannot invalidate their choice. You can only share with them that there is another choice. If they take it, they take it. If they don't, they don't. It's none of your business what they do with it. That's how you help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you're meaning also not just the victims, but also perpetrators, just to call them kind of so clearly, that not just the victims, but the perpetrator.
A perpetrator is a victim. It takes a victim to make a perpetrator. because a perpetrator has been victimized and therefore doesn't know how to deal with it, and out of fear will start to victimize others because they don't want to feel alone. But a perpetrator is also, and also has been, a victim. So it's all the same. So the idea is it doesn't excuse the perpetration because it's up to them to find ways to rise above their victimhood and not be a perpetrator of more victimization. Because that's all simply about a feeling of lack of control, lack of empowerment. All those things, people's reactions to it can cause either victims or perpetrators, but they both come from the same camp. They're both involved in the idea of fear, of feelings of disconnection, feelings of disempowerment, feelings of being unloved, feelings of being unworthy. It's just that one withdraws and one acts out, but they're from the same energy.
Okay. Yes. And as you're saying that, I can feel my inner dynamic of the victim and perpetrator inside me. So I think that's something also that exists. And
yes, so it gives you an understanding of those people. So again, you look at them as children that have simply never learned the lesson that would help them. So help them by sharing the lessons that they can use to help themselves rise out of that pool of victimization.
yeah, that's the lesson I haven't learned myself yet, I think.
But you can, unless you enjoy continuing to be a victim yourself because you believe you're getting some benefit out of it.
Yeah, the drama of that for sure is
Exactly.
Yeah.
A victim sometimes will choose to remain a victim because they get to say, oh, I'm getting all the attention now because I am playing the victim, where I couldn't get attention before because I believe I'm unworthy of that attention. I'm undeserving of that attention. But if I play the victim, oh, look at all the sympathy that I get from everyone. Look at all the attention I get from everyone. So they continue to play the victim because it's the only way they've ever learned to get attention and feel worthy of other people's attention.
Yeah,
but that's not beneficial to a person. It only keeps them down in a lower vibration of victimization.
Yeah, totally understand. And I dive in with you. I know we're out of time right now, so I thank you so deeply for all that. And I think that the conversation around disempowerment and the true empowerment is something that's really important, for not just for me, but
Absolutely. Because again, remember, even if you feel like you're out of control, you're controlling that. So you're never actually out of control. You're never actually disempowered. If you were disempowered, you wouldn't be capable of creating any experiences at all. You can't be disconnected from your power, but you can use your power to create the illusion that you are disempowered. But that's what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we thank you for the co-creation.
Thank you so much, Bashar.
You are welcome. Good day.
Good day.
Hi, Bashar. My name is Diane, and I choose to be born in Madagascar, a country often labeled as one of the poorest in the world. This has deeply affected my sense of self-worth, confidence, and even my ability to express myself. Can you help me understand why I made this choice and what my role is for Madagascar and the earth? Thank you. Bye.
Being born where you were born in that type of society, and yet rising above enough that you understand what the situation is, and yet are exploring your spirituality, your consciousness, gives you the opportunity, not the only one, but gives you the opportunity to rise above and be a living example of how people in that society can make choices that would allow them to appreciate themselves more fully and utilize the situations that they have chosen to face as challenges they can transform and overcome to accelerate them to a higher vibrational level, more quickly than many other societies on the planet. The people that often choose what may seem to be darker realities, more limited realities, are saying they are strong enough as spirits, as souls, to transform that more powerfully into something they can use to accelerate their society and rise their vibrations higher and higher and maybe even faster than some other societies who don't choose to necessarily face that degree of limitation. So you have to look at the soul's choice to experience those limitations as a challenge that is equal to the power of the soul of those people that have chosen that, to act as an example to others in the world who may not necessarily be facing the same degree of limitation, that if people like you, coming from a society like that, can still find their way to the light, to spirituality, to expressions of consciousness and understanding, and to start communicating with spirit, start communicating as you're doing right now with extraterrestrial consciousness, that you can be a living example to those in your society, that they can do the same if they so desire, if they start looking at themselves as souls having chosen a challenge that is equal to the power of their being. So spread that idea, and you can help others begin to match that frequency and raise themselves up, just like you are doing with your explorations of spirit and consciousness.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Hi, how are you doing?
Perfect, and you?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I just got to see you the other day, and now I get to see you again. It's a double treat. I'm so excited. Thank you for having me.
It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
Last time I talked to you about watering my plants and how I've been using water with my meditations and affirmations and just kind of utilizing and harnessing the power of water. And when I watered my plant, the water that came out of the plant when it poured out onto the concrete porch where it was sitting.
Square, yes.
Yes, it came out in a square shape. And when we talked about that, you told me many things about it, like it was a meaning of as above, so below, and that the power of transformation, like through a plant. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, please.
Well, the idea, again, simply put, is that you start with something that has fluidity and flexibility, like in spirit, which the water can represent, and then you pour it through a filtering system that is grounded and rooted in physical reality, and it comes out with a more physicalized, like, four corners of the earth sort of pattern. So the idea, again, is that it is a transmutational, transformational symbol of having connection to spirit, which is the upper part of the plant and the flowers and so on and so forth, and the grounding, which is the roots of the plant, that transforms what is above into what is below, transforms spirit into material experience. Hence, the idea of the water coming out in a more orderly or square or rectangular fashion to represent the kind of crystallization of water, of spirit, into materiality.
Okay.
But this is what plants do. This is what plants do. They're like antenna. Yes, they're like antenna reaching up to spirit and taking that energy and grounding it in the earth. So they're very, very good for assisting people when you can learn to communicate with the plants in a certain way, for assisting people to get in touch with how they also can function as better antenna for bringing higher frequency energies down to earth and spreading that energy out into earth in a more positive and constructive way that helps them grow toward the light like a plant.
Right. I love that because, of course, as an artist, I feel like I have one foot stepped in reality and then one foot in like the mystical, like spiritual world. And another question I have, if I have a foot in both of these worlds, then how do I like find my footing, so to speak? No pun
Well,
intended.
but that is a balance point, isn't it? To have your
True.
feet, so to speak, or your head and your feet connected to spirit and connected to the earth, because you have chosen to have a physical experience. So why wouldn't the naturally balanced point be that you're connected to both?
That's awesome. I love that. And I loved how the water like showed me that. Yeah.
You are receiving guidance from the spirit realm, from your spirit team and your soul, and you are expressing that in your physical material experience. So, of course, you are balanced between the two, because without connecting to both, you actually couldn't have the kind of experience that you're having.
Ah, that makes perfect sense to me. And maybe also not at this time, but I had a very beautiful meditation with the mirror meditation that you
Yes,
recommended us to try.
yes.
And I even feel as if I had stepped into like another world, like through the mirrors.
Well, yes, in a sense,
Um,
that's the point of the meditation, is to expand your understanding of all the different kinds of realities that you are connected to through your soul.
Yeah, yeah, it was really amazing, and I was so grateful for those meditations. Another one that I was super grateful for is the sacred circuits meditations with the
Yes,
symbols.
yes.
And that experience was so beautiful for me. I actually had what I now know is a Kundalini experience, but it felt so um just for lack of a better term, like orgasmic, like in my mind
All
and
right.
hitting through each of the chakras. It was
Yes.
just so beautiful.
All right. Well, two new circuits are being added and will be presented in something that is being created as a new permission slip that will soon be available to many people on your planet, that will allow you not only to take advantage of the meditation with the sacred circuits, but also allow you to use the sacred circuits as a divination system permission slip. So it will be fun for many people to be able to use the sacred circuits in different ways, and we will have added two new circuits to that system when it is introduced to your society in the near future.
Oh, that's so exciting. I cannot wait for that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Bashar. I appreciate your help today.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar. I had an incident happen to me a few weeks ago that I would love to get some clarity on. I was going to a grocery store and saw a lady sleeping on the bench. She had no sign or anything, but I felt a weird feeling to go up and ask her if she was hungry. I go up and ask her, and she gives me a very specific sandwich that she wanted and was really grateful that I was helping her. So I go into the store, and it was the last one of that specific sandwich, which was kind of interesting in itself. I go out about 20 minutes later, and she was gone. I looked everywhere and drove around the parking lot and could not find her. So I had a weird feeling after that that maybe she wasn't real, or maybe she was an extraterrestrial or a spirit. And I just wanted to know if you have any information on what that was, or who that could possibly have been. Thank you so much. I love you.
Not an extraterrestrial, not a spirit, what's euphemistically referred to as an earth angel, giving you an opportunity to be of service to someone else and seeing the synchronicity in arriving in the store to find the exact sandwich that had been asked for, to demonstrate to you the power of synchronicity, the power of connection, the power of service to others that can occur when all those things are lined up, and being given the gift by an earth angel, which is a human that is very tapped into receiving information from guides that can help another person, acting as the translator for messages from your guides to you, to give you an experience that allows you to have all those things line up for you, so that you have a very powerful synchronistic experience on multiple levels, to put you back in touch with your vibration, your soul's vibrational frequency, and to get you more excited about how there can be much magic in the world.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
May I use Google, Bashar Google?
For what?
I got the book deal that I talked to you about regarding the history of tarot. And
Yes.
I'm curious about the imagery on the oldest tarot decks, which are the Visconti Sforza that we found. These are the oldest images of tarot decks that we found. There's the Visconti Sforza from the early 1400s, and there's the Solabusca from the late 1400s.
Yes. And what is it about the images that you have questions about?
My question is, are those depictions something that originated in Italy, or were they copied from images from a different culture?
They were, to some degree, both copied and intuited and altered a little bit by those that created them, but they tapped into ideas that come from older cultures.
And in terms of playing cards and the Triumphier, the major arcana, as we call it now, decks finding their way into Italy, did those cards make their way into Italy through Egypt or through Andalusia, or?
Mostly through Egyptian sages, all the way back from Atlantean times as well.
I thought you were going to say that because tarot is Atlantean.
Originally, in a sense, yes.
And the concept of assigning meaning to the cards and then the depictions, does that have any thoroughfare through Persia at all, or was it Egypt to Europe from Atlantis?
No, not directly. But the idea is that it has filtered through different cultures in arriving where it ultimately has arrived. Many different cultures have added to it, because you have to understand that the tarot is an archetypal permission slip.
Yes.
And therefore, different cultures that were in any way, shape, or form attracted to any sort of divination system have added, as you would say, their 2 cents to the entire process, until it has now finally emerged in the forms that it has emerged into in your modern society.
Understood.
So it's a mix of many things, even including some extraterrestrial ideas.
Such as?
Well, the very idea that one of them is about the star, and one of them is about the moon, and one of them is about the sun, not only has to do with Earth's experiences of those things, but has to do with extraterrestrial experiences of those things as well.
Okay. And when those cards made their way into Europe through Egypt, it was during this time of the Mamluk Sultanate. And the Mamluk Sultanate is this very interesting, short-lived empire that boasts the only woman sultan in the history of caliphates and sultanates, and also was made up after the Crusades of a lot of Kipchak Turkic people who are from the European steppes of now Kazakhstan, South Russia, and some parts of Ukraine.
Yes, and this is an expression archetypally of the high priestess, also connecting to ancient Egypt, where you had the idea of a female pharaoh, Hatshepsut.
Which you told me Hatshepsut is an example of a woman master, such as Jesus or Buddha.
Well, Magdalene is the female master specifically connected to Yeshua.
Yes.
The idea of Hatshepsut is a female pharaonic master connected to many other things.
I see. And so those images that were brought into Europe and then intuited from, were those painted then in that empire in that time in Egypt?
They were rendered in hieroglyphics in a certain fashion, but were only really used by the priesthood.
So what or who was responsible from the transference from hieroglyphs and, let's say, papyrus and stone to paper and cards?
Different cultures, a few of them in their own way, created translations when they found the systems helpful and created their own translations. But again, this often passed through what might be called the autocracy rather than the general public. It didn't make its way really into the general public until later on in your history. It was practiced by the autocracy for many thousands of years.
Okay. Thousands of years. And so were the autocracy in Europe privy to it before the year
Yes.
1000?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was just privately held mystery school information transferred through papyrus and
Well,
parchment.
yes, because again, it gave the autocracy the amazing powers of prediction that the public found so helpful, and instilled and reinforced the idea that you had to go to the priesthood to find the answers that you needed, until such time as it was leaked out into the public and the public started realizing that they could get their own answers and didn't need a go-between.
Yes, I'm curious about that. What was the particular leaning, let's say, in Europe and Eurasia towards, let's say, Catholicism as opposed to these sort of priest or priestess schools, pharaoh schools type of archetypal religion?
Well, mostly it was now and then those members of the autocracy that, well, I'll just put it this way, developed a conscience and allowed the information to be leaked to the general public because they thought it actually would benefit them, and why should they retain the only benefit? So there were secret scrolls and secret books that were leaked out.
Yes. Is Zosimus of Panopolis has a book that has like archetypal images and such? It's
part of that process in code, yes. A lot of the things that were leaked were not immediately absolutely literal, but were leaked out in a kind of code that the public understood. That's sort of one example of it.
Okay. And if I were to look at maritime records from 1000, 1100 from in Venice or Florence, would I see evidence of shipments from Egypt that represent that, or is there somewhere else I should look?
Look more to Greece for that.
Interesting. And any year in mind? Period.
In the same year in which what you call the Antikythera device was discovered on a sunken ship.
Amazing. I will do that. Thank you so much for this insight from Google.
It is our pleasure and our passion. Thank you. Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Bashar. My question is, I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides and other spirits, but I don't seem to be receiving any information. Either I'm not looking properly or I just cannot physically do it. How can I connect and hear my spirit guides or spirits that come through to me? Please. Thank you.
Everyone has the capacity to receive guidance from their spirit team, including you. No one is left out. It's just that you may have certain assumptions about how that's supposed to happen, and you may be missing the ways in which information is actually given to you. This is one of the reasons why we're talking about synchronicity in this transmission, because many messages may come to you through the synchronicities that exist in your life, and they may be representative of information that your spirit guides are attempting to get through to you, but you may not necessarily see it that way. At the same time, you can open up in your dream consciousness to receive information from them that you may also only be interpreting as dreams that have no specific message meaning for you. But if you start studying the idea of dream symbology, look into that to see what different symbols may mean, you might be able to become more receptive to the messages being sent by your spirit guides that are translating into dream symbology to let you know you are receiving those messages, but you may not be understanding how to interpret the dream symbology as messages from your spirit guides. So I would suggest that you look into ideas and books that have to do with dream symbology or other things that train you to understand visual symbols, such as tarot cards and things like that, so you can start picking up on the way in which messages might be being delivered to you that you simply aren't practiced with recognizing.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
Well, we've got lots of exciting questions from our viewers.
All right.
All right. So the first one is, I am following my excitement every moment I can. It's inspired me to travel to New Zealand, from New Zealand to USA, and go to Sedona in September. I trust that synchronicity will align my travel with a live event in Sedona in 2026. Is planning a year in advance going against the formula of living in the moment?
No, you can plan whatever you wish. The idea of living in the moment is being open to those plans altering in a way that will actually add some knowledge or serve you or let you learn a lesson or give you an experience that you actually need on the way. So it's all right to plan, just don't be rigid about it and insistent about how it needs to come about or even whether it needs to come about, and allow your reality to shift and present to you what it is you actually need to experience. Setting a plan is a way of guiding yourself, propelling yourself forward so that you can be ready to accept whatever may come to you that may not be in your original plan, but you know will actually be part of the life plan you planned from spirit.
I suppose things like if the person doesn't make it to the airport, then for some reason or another, an accident, whatever, that's the other synchronicity that's taking part in what's happening.
As long as that event is the result of an actual synchronicity and not something that they are doing to deliberately miss the timing. So, in other words, if they are doing something that is out of alignment, doing something out of fear, out of negativity, hesitating, procrastinating in a way, that may be a different lesson to be learned. But if they're not doing any of that and still, even despite the best efforts, they do not make it to the airport, then yes, synchronicity is showing them that something else needs to happen and there's another experience that they need to have at that point that's more important than what they had originally planned. So it's just about how that happens and whether or not they're honest in their self-investigation as to why that came about. Is it because of something they were doing out of alignment, or something that is simply the natural result of synchronicity bringing them what they need?
So it's all about self-honesty and knowing yourself.
Yes, absolutely.
So can it be said that we are also living in a state of synchronicity? Like if I misplace my keys or cannot find the $1 million idea, then do I really need them right now? Or when I need them, they'll be here. Not a moment before, not a moment after.
Well, yes, and this is sort of similar to what we have already said. It depends on the reason why you're having those experiences, like missing keys and things. One simple exercise or one simple lesson could be pay better attention to where you put things. Or, again, if you already are paying attention and still can't find them, that's more of an indication that something is going on to provide a particular experiential lesson for you. So, yes, you will always get what you need in the moment, not a second before, not a second later, and everything is synchronicity. When you ask, are we living in synchronicity? Yes, everything is an orchestration. There are no accidents, nothing out of place. But it's still all about the reason why certain things crop up and what lessons you have to learn in those experiences.
So something like if the person keeps getting distracted and they can't find their keys and those kinds of things, some of that's self-created because you have anxiety about going or...
Yes. Well, yes, because you're using the word distraction. because the idea is that something that happens, even though you might be using your best efforts to make sure that it doesn't, and it still happens, that's not a distraction. That's synchronicity saying there's a lesson here, there's an experience here that is important for you to have. But if it is the product of distraction, procrastination, self-denial, so on and so forth, then that's another different kind of lesson you need to have about investigating yourself as to why you would be creating those experiences.
Yeah, that's very helpful. The idea that, now maybe you've already asked this, what sorts of synchronicities led to the primordial soup that created life on Earth? And why has no one seen this process take place again on our planet or even other neighboring planets?
Because it is an error that the primordial soup existed in that sense and created life on Earth. That's why you're not seeing it, because it didn't happen to begin with that way. Your planet was seeded either intentionally by extraterrestrial sources or through the idea you call panspermia, where organic material and DNA came from outer space and arrived on your planet through meteoric or cometary bombardment. It didn't actually occur in the way that a lot of scientists used to think with regard to the idea of certain elements in the primordial soup igniting the idea of life on your planet.
So this planet was purposefully seeded?
In certain occasions, yes, but again, also the idea of the simple natural seeding that occurs throughout the cosmos by DNA material being brought to different planets on meteors and comets.
This next question is, can you receive signs in physical reality that serve as warnings of what may happen if you carry on down your current path? Or are they always a positive sign of alignment?
Well, yes, you can receive warnings, but that's a positive thing to happen to you. For example, if you're traveling at 70 miles an hour in your car down the freeway and you suddenly get a feeling to slow down, well, that can be a warning that you might have gotten into an accident had you kept going at your present speed. And of course, being given the guidance to slow down as a quote unquote warning is still part of the positive alignment that keeps you alive. So, in that sense, a warning can be representative of a positive alignment because you're open to receive the guidance from your spirit guides or angels that can help you in life, even though it might have to be delivered as a warning to keep you safe.
And this person's question is, when I feel like I'm not receiving or aligning with my synchronicity, when I feel like I've missed the message, what is the most effective way to recalibrate my frequency and trust that I'm still on the path of my highest excitement?
Follow the formula. Start from zero. Allow yourself to build back up again. You'll come back into alignment always by following the formula as precisely as you can.
And this question is asking, how will the government react to the hybrid children? What will be their legal status?
Their legal status will be in the same form as an adoption. Any child that is adopted, it will follow that pattern. And many of the hybrid children have been introduced already into your society through adoption agencies. So that's a natural way for them to gain what you call legal status in your society through adoption.
Will there also be like hybrid children that are teenagers or young adults?
To some degree, yes, but we're not allowed to talk about that group at this point.
Okay. This person is asking if they will be they are part of the hybridization project. And so many people ask you that.
Yes.
What would you say would be some good ways that people could at least get a sense that's very possible that they are?
As we have said many times, that the people that usually find us or communicate with any being that is actually a hybrid, like the members of my civilization, it's a good bet that in some way, shape, or form they're connected to the hybridization program. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're connected in the same way. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have donated DNA, although many have. It may be that they're involved in other ways that help bring about contact and help bring about interactions with hybrid beings that will open up after open contact occurs in a couple of your years. So they're involved in some way, shape, or form, generally, if they have found us or interact with any other hybrid beings at all.
Okay. And this next questioner is asking, I know you say invalidation charges the thing you don't prefer, but I've become familiar with that fearful energy, and I keep choosing it every time I notice I'm feeling good to bring myself down. It feels like I'm getting pulled into what I don't prefer, like a black hole. Please, Bashar, what would you recommend for this person?
Remember, please, all of you, once again, you don't do anything that you don't believe benefits you. So if you feel like you're getting pulled down, as you say, into a vibration you don't prefer, there must be some belief within you that to continue forward on what you were doing that you say you do prefer would in some way, shape, or form result in something that would turn out to be worse than simply bringing yourself back down into a lower vibration. So you may be afraid that because something worse will happen, you will keep yourself safe by going back into a frequency that, even though it may not be totally preferable, feels safer by comparison. So you have to have the honest self-investigation to find out why you would choose to shy away from the direction you were going in, because it almost always has to do with having a belief that says that something bad will happen if you continue. So you have to figure out what that belief is and why you would believe that something worse will happen than simply staying where you are, even as much as you may not prefer to do so.
Thank you. This next question is, in a state like hypnosis or QHHT, quantum healing hypnosis technique, what aspects of our consciousness are engaged or lit up that make such profound healing possible? When in altered states, are we primarily interacting with an aspect of our own higher mind or with other forms of consciousness?
Any hypnotic state in general will allow an individual to sort of detach and disconnect from a lot of their belief systems that may not be in alignment with who they are. And in relaxing those attachments to those beliefs through the more balanced state that hypnosis provides, it opens you up to be capable of choosing what you actually prefer and bringing yourself back to a kind of zero vibrational state, so to speak, back to square one, so to speak, to reset yourself like a reset button, in a sense, and allow you to then, from that point forward, assess and choose the belief systems that you really do prefer more often than the ones that you don't. So any that a person is capable of accessing will usually allow them to reset themselves in that way and give themselves more opportunity to choose what they prefer, which will then bring through a more natural state of your being, which can involve things like healing and letting go of trauma and so on and so forth.
And how does changing a core belief immediately affect the body's chemistry and our ability to sustain a higher frequency state?
Well, obviously, it affects all of it immediately. You will notice when you do let go of that core negative belief that things will change relatively rapidly. You will feel more energy, you will feel more conductive, you will feel more capable, you will feel more confident, you will feel more centered and balanced and calm, and it will give you more opportunity to experience things of a higher frequency once you remove what could be called toxic belief systems out of your neurological and cellular fabric.
Yeah, thank you. This questioner is asking or saying that on the premiere screening of the movie First Contact, the Bashar documentary that was released back in September 2016 in Sedona, or that's where it was shown, I clearly remember having the ticket with the number 11. Lately, I took a look at the old ticket and now it has the number 22. Could you please explain?
You have upgraded and shifted to a reality represented by the synchronicity of a higher vibrational reference or number to the original vibration. So you have upgraded yourself.
This person is asking about not ever seeing physical apparitions, UFOs, nothing. They don't even see elementals, ghosts. Anyway, the only thing they see is standard physical reality. They're saying, I feel this is because it's part of my life theme. Do you have any observations on this topic in general?
Yes, it is part of your life theme, your life path, and the idea is for you to simply experience that for a certain period of time. It's not always necessary for people to see UFOs or elementals or what have you. It's more perhaps important for you to focus on your life in a certain way, get grounded, stay grounded in the things you understand of how to relate to physical reality. Because again, remember, you're going to see things like UFOs and ETs and other kinds of things at a certain point in the years after open contact, which will occur in a couple of your years. So in remaining grounded and not necessarily having those experiences, you might actually allow yourself to be more capable of handling the things that then do come to you after open contact, because you will have spent so much time grounding yourself in your typical reality so that you will feel capable of handling things that are very different from your typical reality by having given yourself enough practice in the ordinary reality first.
Thank you.
In other words, you'll be able to handle the new things in a more practical, balanced way.
This question regards pornography. Is pornography negative, positive, or neutral? I've heard some adult stars say they're living their dream life. So can it really be a passion? And or are they taking actions based on negative beliefs?
Many people on your planet may be involved in the idea of certain sexual interactions out of negativity, but it is absolutely possible for some people to always and actually experience those things as a representation of their passion. It depends on how it's done. It depends on the idea of balance, communication, consensuality, so on and so forth. So just the idea of an explicit sexual act isn't in and of itself positive or negative. It depends on how people relate to it, how it's done, the reasons why it's done, how it's presented, so on and so forth. Does it discount people? Does it devalue people? Does it lift people up in terms of how it's done? Anything can be serving positive or negative energies. So you have to always look at, why is this being done? Why are these people involved? What is their take on it? Why are they doing it? Are they being of service to other people? Are they communicating and connecting to other people in a positive or negative way? Are they eliciting from people more negativity or more positivity in terms of who they interact with? It's the same thing for any act of any kind. It doesn't matter that it has to be sexual. The idea is that it has to be understood as to why it's being done, both within the individuals doing it and for the general purpose that people are receiving it.
And another question that has come in about the aging process and how we can approach aging. I know some people choose to try to retain a youthful look, other people do not. And I think there's some confusion of what is the best path? How should we look at our aging process?
Well, there are no shoulds. Every individual is different. But the idea, of course, again, is to be honest in your self-examination about exactly why you are going about doing what you're doing, and whether it is based on fear and negativity, or whether you are simply capable of understanding who you are and moving forward in your life in a positive and natural way. As we have said very often, learning to live in the moment actually allows you to age less. You retain more energy. You retain a youthful exuberance, a youthful aspect, a youthful experience by living in the moment, because the more you actually do live in the moment, instead of worrying about the past, worrying about the present, worrying about the future, then you literally don't age as much. You stay in a more timeless state, even though you're experiencing the idea of time. You just experience less of it because you're living more in the moment. So you can mature, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have to become decrepit or infirm, but the idea is, for most of the people on the planet, they treat the idea of aging in very negative ways. It would be good to take lessons from many indigenous cultures who treat the idea of being an elder in a much more positive and respectful way, because the idea is that the more you experience, theoretically, the wiser you are, the more experience you can share with younger generations, the more you have to offer, the more you have to give. So when it's looked at that way, and an elder person is valued more, then they will not necessarily think of themselves as aging into worthlessness. They will still be a vital and vibrant part of the community, as exists in many indigenous or natural cultures on your planet, and they will retain a youthful aspect much longer when they are considered to be a valued member of society.
Will our whole perspective of aging and potentially the degree to which we age visibly be changed once we have contact?
Well, yes, I don't mean it will happen immediately, but over the course of the decades after contact, then yes, of course. Many of the things that the extraterrestrials can teach humanity, not only through the idea of the ability to live longer, literally physically, but the idea of how to age, shall we say, more gracefully. So yes, of course, there will be more understanding of how to do that. And in time, humans will start to mature more like our society does, where you reach what might be a certain age that looks somewhere between the years of 30 and 40, as you're used to thinking of those terms, and thus maintain that look throughout the lifetime in general, with minor alterations as you may go above 100, 200 years, so on and so forth, but still generally not looking in any way, shape, or form, or feeling in any way, shape, or form infirm.
I think a lot of people are going to be excited to hear that.
All right.
Here's a question about negative beliefs. What's the difference between having trauma and having negative beliefs?
Well, the idea of trauma is the effect of holding on to negative beliefs about yourself. So that's the difference. The trauma is the result of holding on to negative beliefs, or incorporating negative and fear-based beliefs into your belief system and keeping them there.
And this person is saying that they want help in dissolving their negative belief of not being good enough. They used to feel confident, but after being abandoned by someone they deeply loved, and with similar childhood experiences, they began to believe that they weren't worth much. I know the belief isn't true, yet it still lingers and blocks me from becoming my best self. So I guess they're looking for some guidance about how to relate to this situation.
All right. Well, the first thing is, again, watch your definitions. You have used the word abandoned to describe the idea that you may no longer be physically connected, that someone has, in a sense, removed themselves physically from interacting with you. The fact that you chose to see that and define that as abandonment sets up a negative cycle within you that then calls into doubt your worthiness and usefulness and so on and so forth. So first we would ask you to rewind the situation in your mind and look at the idea that that person has decided or made a choice to go a separate way, and define it as something other than abandonment. Because by setting it up that way, you don't necessarily do yourself a service of being capable to understand why the scenario may be playing out the way that it is, to give you an opportunity to learn more about yourself and why it happened that way, and to recognize the mechanics of what was behind the choices made. So the idea is, start by redefining the experience in at least a more neutral way, if not something more positive. Watch your definitions, because the very fact that you use that word means that you actually do not really completely understand how to remain in a positive state, because you're still defining certain ideas and certain situations negatively, automatically. So recalibrate, rewind, look for ways that you can define the experience at least more neutrally, if not positively. Do not use negative definitions like abandonment.
Can you please explain what the feeling of butterflies in the stomach is when a person is in love? What happens energetically and metaphysically when a person experiences those butterflies?
You may have had certain centers in your body sort of closed for quite a while. So the idea is that when you finally decide to open up, when you have made an agreement and someone has been attracted into your life that you have set up on your life path by agreement from the spirit world, and you recognize them energetically as someone that is going to be involved in your life in a way that will allow you to connect and allow you to grow and allow you to become more of who you are, then those centers neurologically start to open up and start to pass energy along the nervous system in that area of your body, the chakra of intention, the chakra of connection, the chakra of agreement in your solar plexus. And it's sort of like the idea of your arm falling asleep, and then you feel all the pinpricks and so on and so forth when it starts to reawaken. It's sort of like that. It's the center awakening to a new energetic connection and finally allowing itself to process that energy, but it's not used to it yet. And so it has that butterfly in the stomach sort of feeling until you finally truly make the connection and start flowing the energy between you in the way that you originally agreed to.
Thank you. And what is the distortion that is at the heart of fear? How can we move beyond fear and become fearless?
Again, the idea is you make fear your friend. Fear is a messenger knocking on your door saying, hey, you're holding on to a belief that's out of alignment with who you are. You're flowing your energy, filtering your energy through a belief that is not in alignment with your true soul vibration. So the idea is making fear your friend, making it your emissary, your messenger, to let you know, to alert you, your little alarm clock to alert you. Hey, you're flowing your energy where you don't prefer to do that. Find out what that belief is and let it go, so you can flow your energy through beliefs that are more in alignment with who you prefer to be. So say, thank you, fear, for bringing that to my attention. So you can use the positive aspect of fear as an alert system, a security system, to alert you to when you may be flowing energy through a belief that doesn't work for you.
This questioner says they're a fifth grade teacher. What is the most important thing to be teaching our children at this time?
As we have said a few times, there are several aspects to this. Number one, as teachers, you have to be creative and imaginative and create simulated scenarios that allow children to explore the idea of choices and the consequences of those choices as they would be in what you call the real world before they actually express those choices out in actual society, so that they're in a safe environment, a simulated environment, a play acting environment in which they can actually experience and see what the result of their choices would be, how it might affect other people, how it might affect them. You explore the probabilities and the pathways of what it could cause. You make this choice, what do you think it will do? Ask another child, how did you feel about the choice they made? Did it in any way, shape, or form change you, affect you? How did you relate to it? How did you react to it? What do you feel about it? And then children can start exploring the interconnections that they have and explore how every choice you make has consequences and connections to every other being in reality. Secondarily, teach them the idea of the formula. Let them understand how to use that toolkit to move through life in a positive and creative way. Third, remind them that they are as powerful as they need to be to attract whatever they need in life without having to hurt themselves or anyone else in order to do that, and make sure they understand the difference between what their ego wants and what they truly need, and help them understand that if they get what they need, they will be fulfilled, but not always will they feel fulfilled if they get what their ego wants. They may be two different things. So you can teach them the difference between wants and needs. Needs will always fulfill you. Wants may sometimes do that, but not always. So again, you can focus them in the idea of attracting what they need in life, because that will always be fulfilling. With those three main things, you will allow them to understand how to be individuals that make conscientious choices, understanding that they're connected to everything, connected to source, that they are truly self-empowered, and they can grow up to be mature adults.
Wonderful.
Also, remember, anything you think is absolutely necessary for them to thrive in physical reality, again, use your creativity and imagination to find a way to teach them what you believe is important by adapting the lesson to what they are excited about, what their passion is, rather than trying to crush their passion into the lesson. Find an exciting way for them to learn what it is you think it's important for them to know, so that they will be excited about learning. That's what's important. Get a child to be excited and curious about learning things by designing exercises for things that you think they're important to learn that matches what they're excited to do. Frame it in their language, and they will be eager to learn things. So be creative and imaginative enough to do that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next question. What does it mean if I feel like I'm going through the motions of life, and how do I change that in order to feel happy? They're just going through the motions, no passion.
Well, you are not acting on your passions then. You are hesitating and procrastinating to do so, most likely because you have some belief system that says that it will not necessarily benefit you to actually explore what you're truly curious and excited to explore. So you are just keeping yourself at a modicum of energy. You're keeping yourself at a monotone level because on some level you're afraid to branch out. You're afraid to explore. You're afraid to grab hold and follow your passion and act on it. So you have to find out what that fear is that would keep you in such a monotone existence that allows you to feel like you're just going through the motions. You're not choosing to do the things that would actually give you the energy that passion would bring.
Next questioner is saying, when I didn't know that being happy was the way to attract the things I wanted, I was happy all the time. Now that I do know, I wonder why it feels so challenging to stay happy.
Because as you expand your consciousness, you become more aware of options, both positive and negative. Just because you've become more aware that there are other options other than what you prefer, doesn't in any way, shape, or form mean that you have to choose them. You can still stay in balance, but this is a more mature way of understanding your life. So when you were younger, you were allowed the experience to understand simply, automatically, what happiness felt like. You don't have to leave that state just because you are now aware that there might be other choices. So you're making the choice to believe that being aware of other choices will somehow lower your ability to choose or prevent your ability to choose to still be happy, to still be positive. It doesn't have to, but it's a natural thing as you expand your consciousness to become more aware that there are other choices that may not necessarily be representative of happiness. But again, just being aware of them doesn't have anything to do with whether you can choose to continue to be happy. So don't equate the two. You need challenges in your life to grow. But again, if you approach challenges calmly, with confidence, with curiosity and creativity, you will always get a lesson that benefits you out of whatever those challenges are. So you can always remain happy. It may not necessarily mean that you are giddily jumping or skipping down the street, if that's what you mean by happy. But the idea is it can always be positive and constructive and an experience that enriches you if you approach your challenges that way. And don't assume that just because you become aware of a definition of something that you don't prefer, that's not vibrationally compatible with you, that it has to change the vibrational state that you prefer. You're the one making that choice. So don't define it that way. Don't define awareness of the other as if it affects you. It's just awareness of another choice. That's all it is. Be happy that you're capable of seeing many choices because that gives you the freedom to choose. Even if you never choose what you don't prefer, you don't invalidate it. It's just a choice. That's all. But you have to become more aware that there are a lot of choices. And that also gives you more information to possibly help others in the future by recognizing that they are making choices too that they may not necessarily prefer to make. But being a person that can approach this in a balanced and happy way will give you the opportunity to serve humanity by helping those that may come to you in your life to teach them that they also can stay in whatever state they prefer, even though they may recognize that there are other possible choices.
Okay. You once told the story of a spaceship captain who had said their true power was in choosing not to destroy. This person has become aware of some destructive impulses within themselves, and it pulls at them and they feel sucked in and they're haunted by it. So more than anything, they want to feel their power to truly choose. Can you add to that?
Well, examine the idea that we have said also is that it really doesn't take much power to destroy. Anyone can destroy. Anyone can topple a building. It takes power to create, to build up. So the idea is, why are you choosing to go in the direction of powerlessness? Because that's what the idea of being pulled to the concept of destructivity means. You are choosing to experience the idea of powerlessness. Of course, the paradox is you're using your power to have an experience of choosing powerlessness. So you have to ask yourself, what are you getting out of doing that? Are you just temporarily going into the idea of powerlessness that expresses itself as a penchant for destruction because you just want to experience more of the negative side temporarily in order to finally let go of that and snap into the positive side more firmly? In other words, are you making a contrast and comparison idea? It's like, oh, if I dip my toes in the negative side and feel powerless for a while and self-destructive for a while, then I will finally let go of that, and maybe that will give me enough of that so that I know that what I really prefer is the idea of true self-empowerment and creativity rather than destructiveness that goes with the feeling of lack of self-empowerment, because those two things are related. Lack of self-empowerment leads to a sense of destructiveness because you are, in a sense, deconstructing yourself, deconstructing your power. So the idea of deconstructing, of destructiveness, destructiveness, goes with choosing to believe in the idea that you are not self-empowered. So why would you choose to do that? Why would you choose to experience that? Because you're using your power to experience that. You never are actually powerless. It's just a choice you're making for your own reasons. You need to find out what those reasons are. What are you getting out of doing this? How does it help you move forward?
Can you tie in a little bit the idea that when human beings have high levels of testosterone, a lot of times that can lead to a lot of aggressive behavior? And how does that relate to this whole concept?
It's not so much the testosterone that leads to the aggressive behavior. The idea is that there may already exist within those individuals certain negative and fear-based belief systems that the testosterone chemically amplifies and magnifies. It's sort of the idea that's similar to the concept of money on your planet. It's not that money corrupts individuals when they have a lot of it. It's that those negative and fear-based beliefs already exist within them, and the sudden acquisition of a lot of money in your society magnifies and amplifies the negativity that was already within them. So chemically speaking, testosterone sort of does the same thing. It doesn't mean that it has to do that. It doesn't cause that to happen, but it may magnify what is already there. In the positive sense, testosterone can lead to a lot of high energy, assertive, creative acts. So again, it depends on what's already in the individual as a belief system that the testosterone and other hormones and chemicals may magnify and amplify to reveal to them that they have these beliefs within them, and therefore it's important for them to pause in any aggressiveness that they may be demonstrating to find out what those belief systems are and let them go, so they can use the testosterone in their system in a much more positive and constructive way.
And you're expanding that a little bit more. Also, our society, at least Western culture, seems to be quite excited by video games that give people a chance to express a lot of violence. Can you give us some idea of how that's impacting the individual and the society?
Well, of course, in different ways according to different individuals. But the idea overall, on the positive end, can be that you have created a tool that allows people to take out their aggressions in a way that doesn't actually harm society. So that's one positive way of looking at it. Now, of course, if they don't get in touch with the fact that there are lessons for them to learn about why their behavior seems so attracted to that, why they are attracted to extremely aggressively violent games, if they learn the lesson of why they're doing that, then they may be able to benefit from that. If it just becomes an addiction and a cycle, well, again, they may not be learning the lessons that are inherent for them to learn about themselves, because they're simply being distracted by the game and they're not willing to look within. They're in a state of denial about themselves. But again, at least on a positive note, they're not taking out those aggressive behaviors on actual members of your society.
Does that also apply to like sports, the way that our country is so excited about football games and
In some cases, yes, not all, but in some cases, yes. Again, please, all of you remember, there are positive and negative aspects that are capable of being expressed in everything. So just remember that caveat, and you will be able to answer your own questions. It depends.
Okay, well, thank you for that. This person is saying they have a repeating pattern of getting into car accidents where someone else hits their car and they end up being injured. How can they break that cycle?
Well, this may require a deeper conversation with this individual on a specific basis, but obviously they are attempting to get their attention to a particular issue. They are, in a sense, not paying attention to something within them, and they are being constantly reminded by being stopped in this way. So there's something they have to investigate within their belief system, something they are avoiding that they need to look at and be honest about within themselves, because they are being shown that whatever the path is they are taking is not correct for them. And that's why they're running into so many quote unquote accidents, why other people are stopping them from going in the direction that they're going. There's something that they're not looking at within themselves that they're trying to tell themselves, and they're attracting a lot of people to do this so that they will finally pay attention ultimately to what it is going on within them that they need to pay attention to. We can't really say more about it here in a general public conversation. We would need to have an actual specific private conversation with this individual to explore the specific reasons of what it is they may not be looking at within themselves. But that's the general idea. There's something they're avoiding looking at. They're not paying attention to. There is something that they may be unconscious about or in denial about within themselves that's important for them to discover. They're not letting themselves move forward in life in a certain way.
Okay, and this is a question about detaching from the results. And this individual feels addicted to results and gets frustrated when an event turns out in a way that they don't prefer. And even though they intellectually understand detachment, they don't feel like they really have a full comprehension of how to achieve that.
Well, that's clear. So the idea is, again, they're not following the formula as precisely as possible because, again, no insistence, no assumption as to what the outcome ought to be. They're insisting on a certain result, which means they may actually be limiting the kind of result they could be getting if they were willing to be a little bit more flexible. They are insisting that they know best more than anything, more than their soul, more than their spirit guides, more than anyone. They know best as to what it is they should be experiencing. They don't. So they haven't really learned the honest truth yet that they really ultimately have no clue what the actual best result would be. And therefore their stubborn insistence that they do know what the actual result should be and are therefore frustrated and disappointed when they don't get what they set out as the final result of their efforts, then they're simply not allowing their reality in any way, shape, or form to flow. They're not allowing their soul and higher mind and guides to deliver to them what it is they need. They're rejecting the idea of the way their life might unfold. They're completely trying to control every little detail. They're not relaxing. They're not surrendering to the control that's already built in to the life path their soul chose for this life. They are expressing a large amount of fear about not having control over every aspect and every detail of their lives. They need to relax and understand that surrender is not giving up control. It's surrendering to the natural flow of control that exists within them already, and they have to start trusting the way their life unfolds and open up to the possibility that something better than they imagine could actually be coming to them if they would give up insisting that what they have imagined should come to them is actually the best possible thing. It might actually be a limitation that they're imposing on themselves.
Okay, and this person says that they believe they're severely trauma bonded to another person. How do they break that bond and the cycle of rumination and low self-worth? They find it very debilitating.
Yes, well, of course they would, because they're not being their true self. It's always very tiring to be someone you're not. So the idea is stop mirroring the other person. What lessons can you have learned from the experiences you have had, and how can you positively apply them in your life to make your own choices rather than constantly thinking you have to mirror what is going on with the other person that you feel bonded to? Remember that all people are in your life to act as reflective mirrors to help you learn the lessons that help you become more of who you truly prefer to be. You don't have to succumb to the idea of the actual experience. You have to find the lessons in the experience that can be applied in your life in more positive ways to allow you to move forward and grow and not necessarily experience the same things over and over again. So, of course, it's debilitating if you're only going to lock into the actual traumatic experience itself instead of focusing on what could it teach you how not to do things in the future in the same way. What could it teach you about choosing different things and different ways of looking at yourself in the future instead of judging yourself so unkindly and so harshly for having had the initial experience? You are ruminating and stuck in a cycling loop of simply judging yourself over and over again for having had the traumatic experience instead of saying, oh, well, this experience exists for me to learn some lessons. Let's explore what those lessons could be that I could apply in my life to move forward in my life and detach from the idea that I have to keep mirroring the experience I had with that person and repeating that experience, because that means I'm simply afraid to learn the lessons, and that would help me move forward.
Since the issue of self-worth is such a strong theme that we see in our questions a lot, when does this position or this perspective of not being worthy enter? Is it in the womb? Does it happen later? I know it's individualized, but
it's always part of the life path set up by the soul. Then the circumstances and conditions that are necessary to fix that, crystallize that, come from the upbringing that is chosen, so that it will be the challenge that you need to face. But it's set up by the soul as a challenge on the life path. How you allow yourself to achieve that challenge, how you set yourself up with whatever belief systems or experiences you have that freeze that or crystallize that challenge that your soul has chosen to experience, happens when you become physical and start absorbing the experiences of the physical reality that are utilized to reinforce the choice made by the soul to have a challenging experience of that kind.
so since like a lot of aggression, a lot of anger that people experience is coming from that basic position of not feeling worthy at a very deep level,
Yes.
would you say that in a sense that is the theme that was given to planet Earth, and that's why we face so many of the challenges that we do as a planet getting along with each other?
Well, yes, in a sense, it's certainly one of the major themes. As we have said, the idea of the Earth cycles is the transformation of darkness into light, negative into positive, limitation into freedom, and certainly the recognition of your worthiness and deservability is an expression of those themes. It all comes from the idea of the extreme density of the frequency of the Earth school, in the idea that it allows you to feel a sense of disconnection, a sense of detachment from source, by completely forgetting, by creating an experience, not that you actually can be disconnected, not that you can be detached, but by creating such a dense experience of disconnection, as if you actually are disconnected from source, to the point where you don't even know that you are connected at all, then creates the idea of, well, if I'm disconnected from source, if I am, quote unquote, cast out from source, because you have to recognize that you do exist. So if the sense of detachment and disconnection is strong enough, yet you still recognize that you exist, then this is an issue that many of you talk about, that we have just recently talked about, of one that feels like abandonment by source, that you are cast out from source, disconnected, thrown away, and therefore not deserving, not worthy, because you can't feel the connection, even though you know and you can sense by the fact of your existence that source exists. There had to be a creation that you're part of. There had to be, in a sense, your existence coming in as somewhat necessary, but then the experience of disconnection makes you feel that Oh, I must have made a mistake in creating you. I have cast you out. You are undeserving and unworthy, and I'm disconnecting, I'm disowning you, I'm abandoning you. And therefore, all that comes up in that feeling of unworthiness. I have been cast aside. But if you understand that creation doesn't make mistakes, that you absolutely are necessary in creation, or you wouldn't have been created at all, you wouldn't exist at all, then you can start to reclaim your connection, your attachment to Source, and your worthiness and deservability by understanding how existence works. And that existence needs everything that exists in order for it to be all that it is, all that it can experience itself to be. So if you exist, then by the fact of your existence, you are worthy and deserving, because obviously, if creation didn't need you, you wouldn't exist, because it doesn't make mistakes. You are part of existence itself. You are part of the very fabric of existence. And that means, by definition, your existence is proof that you're worthy and deserving of that existence. And that's always a place you can start from.
Thank you.
Yes.
What energetic principles can a person apply to deepen and harmonize their closest relationships without controlling outcomes?
Well, if you really want relationships to be what they're designed to do, you will not be interested in controlling them. You will be interested in learning from them, in seeing reflections, in absorbing and helping and serving the others in the relationships to be who they really truly need to be the best version of themselves they can be, while allowing them to show you what you need to know so you can absorb information that will allow you to be the best version of who it is you need to be. So it's not about control, because you would understand that trying to control it would be defeating the purpose of the relationship to begin with, because you understand that relationships are for the purpose of getting information and reflections and experiences that allow you to figure out more of who you are and express more of who you are. So why would you want to control it? Again, it's the ego thinking it knows exactly what the outcome is supposed to be, exactly what's supposed to happen. This is hubris. This is egotistical. This is the idea that you don't trust the way things unfold. You have to allow yourself to understand you set up your life path, and you have to have enough of a relationship and awareness of the relationship with your soul to know that your soul knew what it was doing when it laid out the life path. You are the one that gets to experience that. And again, if you approach the challenges, including relationships, in the way we have said, with calmness, confidence, curiosity, and creativity, it won't be an issue of control. It will be an issue of learning. It will be an issue of accepting. It will be an issue of allowing. And your life will start to flow. You will learn the lessons you need to learn to improve who you are, to grow who you are, to expand who you are. And then your life will feel fulfilled, and all the relationships will serve a purpose in your life in the way that they are designed to do so. So again, remember, people that try to control the outer reality feel out of control, and therefore they need to look within and understand, why are they choosing to feel out of control? What belief systems are causing them to feel disconnected, detached, and out of control? But also remember that any feeling of being out of control is being controlled by them. So they're never actually out of control. They're just choosing to believe that they're out of control. And therefore, that belief that they're out of control causes an individual in your reality to try and control the only thing they can, which is the outer world and all relationships in that outer world.
This person, they call this like seeing through the eyes of the creator, is what the way that they perceived it. But the idea that they got into an altered state of consciousness where they were experiencing reality from a completely different point of view. And what they saw was that everything felt perfect, beautiful, exactly as it should be. They felt distanced from their problems and a true sense of freedom. and they just felt fully supported energetically with effortlessly.
Yes.
And they think is that what you mean by being fully human?
Yes, that's part of the expression, but it also is what we mean by being in alignment with your true self, your true vibration, because it is the true vibration of all that is, because you are a part of all that is. So this individual was truly seeing who they are, what they are, as a reflection of all that is. And therefore, that gives them the vibrational state that they need to come from in everything that they do in life in order to continue to flow in that high vibration of being their true self.
And so, what vibrational level would that be where you see yourself, I guess, totally from a different vantage point? It's obviously a higher state frequency that
Yes.
has different parameters of its self definition, those kinds of things, right?
Well, yes, of course.
So, what frequency level would you say that requires in order to perceive that?
Well, it's got to be well above the 200,000 cycle per second frequency mark. So there's a range in there, but the idea in general is the closer you are to the frequency of non-physical reality, the more you see things that way. So above 250,000 cycles per second, it's almost impossible not to see things that way.
I see. And then someone else wrote in and said, well, why does the formula only get us close to 200,000 cycles per second, but not fully there? Is that's the level of non-duality and enlightenment, our natural self? So why can't they just reach the even higher level more completely?
They can. The formula, we have never said it only gets you there. We're giving you an average of where people on your planet are at. So we have never said that it stops there. You can absolutely use the formula to go higher. But how many people on your planet are facile enough with the formula to do so is the question. So we're giving you an average of what most people attain by using it if they're attaining a higher frequency than the average on your planet. It doesn't mean that that's the upper limit.
At 200,000 cycles per second, does that represent a state of being where you can, in a sense, be experiencing heaven on earth on a more consistent basis?
Yes.
If you were to maintain that?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, because someone else asked.
At least in your own life. At least
why
in
do
your
we only have it like for brief moments?
At least in your own life. It doesn't mean you won't see that other people may not be doing the things that you would consider to be heaven on earth. It doesn't mean that you start experiencing the entire planet that way necessarily. But in your own life, you would experience it as heaven on earth, no matter what anyone else is doing.
Yeah, because there was another question about, well, why don't people maintain that 200,000? You know, maybe they have a peak moment and they get there and then it go back down again. And
there are a variety of reasons why that happens. A lot of them typically are because they still have certain challenges to face and they have certain belief systems to let go of. So they can have peak moments. The idea of having those peak moments is to retain an experience of what it's like to be there and bring that energy to facing the next challenge. And again, remember, it's not necessarily up and down like this. It's up and down like this where you keep climbing. But the idea is you may lower for a while to deal with something more physically, then raise again, then lower for a while, maybe to help someone else who's on a lower vibration, and you have to sort of equate to them and equal to them and align with them temporarily to help bring them up with you again. So there may be many reasons why the fluctuation occurs, but never assume that you actually go down to the same place again. As your Zen monks say, you never step into the same river twice. It's always flowing, it's always different. So you don't have to assume that coming back down out of that state means you're back down to where you used to be.
That's very helpful, and pretty much we're out of time now. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we conclude?
Again, the strong encouragement, strong, unconditional love that we have for all of you to move forward. Because again, remember, we don't just believe in you, we know what you're capable of. We know who you actually are. It's up to you to awaken to the energy, the spirit, the beauty of what you actually are as a soul. So by all means, allow yourselves to move forward in the understanding and the assurance that you are that infinite and eternal, beautiful, creative soul, and that it is all right. It is all right for you to be yourself, to be your true self, to move forward in that vibration, to be of service to others, to service the whole, because when you serve the whole, you serve yourself because you're part of the whole. So move forward in love, in light. And at this point now, remember, in the meditation to come, everything is an orchestration, everything is synchronicity. Synchronicity is one of the most beautiful ways that you have of recognizing in physical reality and linear time the great command and orchestration that you have created as souls to interweave all life paths on your planet into this beautiful tapestry that you call physical life. So, admire the tapestry, use it to your advantage, be the thread that you are, and prepare yourself to relax into this meditation to bring it home. All of you, please allow yourselves to relax, let go of the cares of the day, breathe deeply and easily, feel peaceful, feel flowing, feel that you are drifting and floating upon the ocean of creation, and let the currents carry you into this synchronistic meditation. Keep breathing easily, gently, and peacefully. In and out. In and out. In and out. Now, imagine, if you will, that you are sitting in some kind of an environment that other people are also sitting, standing, walking in. It can be in a building, it can be outside, a park, a restaurant, doesn't matter what it is. As long as there are other people around that you can see, allow yourself in your imagination, as you see yourself sitting there, to look around at the other people, to just take your time. Don't worry about the idea that someone might think you're staring at them. Just gently look, peacefully, maybe with a slight smile on your face, as you're enjoying the day, enjoying the surroundings, enjoying the bustle of people who may be talking or chatting, or the environment that you're in, everyone enjoying it, everyone relaxing in it. And just look at all the different faces, and just look at them talking to one another, or simply sitting silently, or maybe they're reading a book, maybe they're drawing a picture, maybe they're on their computer. Just look at them, every single one. Just scan around, focus on them for a few seconds, one at a time. And as you do so, start to feel energetic links and connections to each one. So when you look at a person for that few seconds, you imagine an energy beam, a web, a filament, a string, a thread, reaching out from you to them, just touching them gently, staying there. And then you do the next person that way, and the next person, and the next, and the next, until you find that you actually have these threads of energy going out to every person in the place. Now imagine that every person in the place is also sending out these threads of energy to every other person in the place, connecting, touching gently to you from all these different people, whether they are literally paying attention to you or not, whether they are reading a book or looking at their computer or drinking or eating or talking to someone else. Just imagine that these threads are coming out from these people to you, to everyone else in the place that you're in. And just start focusing on this tapestry, this weave, this web of energy threads. And start feeling, start seeing, start imagining that there are little vibrations along these threads, little bits and pieces of energy and little vibrations of communication and thoughts and ideas and feelings coming to and fro along these energy webs, these energy threads. Start feeling and hearing and sensing the vibrations and the communications. Some of them may be a little bit stronger or louder. Some of them may be soft and gentle as whispers. But start feeling the general hum of information coming to and fro, back and forth, constantly, through each other, from each other, back and forth. And the agreements: you are here with me now, I am here with you now. You are here with me now, I am here with you now. Back and forth, back and forth. We have set this up. We have agreed to be here now. We are helping each other. We are supporting each other. We are providing for each other the opportunity to receive the information and the lessons we need together. Some of you may find that the lessons are not necessarily as strong as others, but that's all right. You are still here, willing to support, willing to participate, willing to be part of the orchestration, willing to be part of the tableau, willing to be part of the painting, willing to be part of the scene. And you can sense that different people may be getting different messages, different lessons, different ideas, different inspirations, as you may also be receiving different ideas, different inspirations from different people, different thoughts. You may start to realize that you may be picking up on thoughts that have nothing to do with you, but have everything to do with them. You may be vibrating in harmony so that you are having the same thoughts that they're having at the same time, so that you know what they're thinking, so that you know what they're feeling, so that you understand and begin to realize what their lives are all about, and how everyone is experiencing something that to them is very important, that is their life path. And all these life paths are intertwined, interconnected, interwoven into this tapestry, into this web. And now, imagine, as you allow this web to exist, and all of the information and communication going along it, back and forth, simultaneously, constantly, exchanging. Now, pick a person, any person in this scenario, and start to imagine what they are seeing when they look at you. Start seeing yourself from their point of view, from their perspective, from where they're sitting, seeing you where you are sitting. Do that with one person. Oh, if I were seeing me from that person where they are sitting, I would look like this. They would see me sitting over here like this. I would see their point of view, their vision of me, looking at me, seeing me sitting over here, but from their point of view. And now pick another person and see yourself from their point of view. And another person and see yourself from their point of view, their perspective. And do this with all the people. Meditate on that and start to identify with them seeing you. Start to feel like you are them seeing you and wondering who you are and what your life is all about and what your path is teaching you and what information is going to you along these threads. All of them seeing the same web, knowing that it's there, knowing that these communications are connecting all of you, that you are all immersed in this web of information and energy and knowingness and sharing and supporting. And then, if you can, as you practice this meditation of synchronicity, start to see yourself from more than one position simultaneously. You can see what this person sees you as, and you can see what that person sees you as, how they have a different perspective of you. This person sees me sitting this way. This person is seeing me from over there, so it looks like I'm sitting this way. And you can start to see yourself in multiple dimensions from their different perspectives, a kind of different parallax view of yourself. This person would see me like this, that person would see me like this. And now I'm seeing both of myself being seen by these two people simultaneously. And a third person who might be seeing me like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and my back, and my front, and my side. And you start to develop this over time with practice until you really start to feel, viscerally start to feel the multidimensionality, because you are also seeing all these people from different angles, just like they are seeing you from different angles. And you start to feel the real connection. And you start to perceive that they are you from another point of view. That you are them from another point of view. That you are all one, seeing itself from all these different points of view. That you are seeing and feeling and knowing that everything is synchronicity, that everything is connected, but that you are becoming more aware of that. You're becoming more capable of perceiving the synchronicity, the connection to everything and everyone, everywhere, every when. You become more receptive, a better antenna. You start to know and feel that you are in this web of interconnectivity. You start to perceive the communication along those lines. And then when you practice this and get that visceral feeling, you take it to another level and realize that the spirit realm is also observing you from many different perspectives, from a higher level. And you start to see yourself from their point of view in the same way that you practiced seeing yourself from all the different points of view of the people in your scenario, in physical reality. And you take it to a higher level and can start to see yourself from all the different spirit points of view, spirit guides, angelic beings, soul family, extraterrestrials, extra-dimensionals. And you start to feel those connections and that information streaming to you, those observations of you from all the different perspectives. And then you do the same thing. You start seeing multiple dimensions of yourself from different points of view in spirit and physical reality simultaneously. And you start to get the bigger picture of everything that is going on in this orchestration that exists in the physical reality and the spirit reality simultaneously. And you start to be able to really see out of all of this, out of all these webs, out of all this information, out of all this communication, you start to more clearly see your unique life path, the unique thread in this tapestry, interwoven with all the other threads, but the unique thread in this tapestry that is you. and how you contribute to the entire tapestry. That without you, the tapestry would fall apart. Without them, the tapestry would fall apart. That you are intertwined, interconnected, interwoven inexorably in each other's lives. That they are you from a different point of view, and you are them from a different point of view, and you are us from a different point of view, and we are you from a different point of view. And we are the orchestration, and we are synchronicity, and we are the threads in the tapestry, and we are the tapestry of all that is. Sit with it, feel it, vibrate in harmony with it, be of service to it. Be there for each other. Invite each other in to an agreement that works for the benefit of all. And find the lines of communication smoothing themselves out until you can find yourselves in consensus and in harmony through the validation of each of the individual unique threads that forms the beautiful picture of the tapestry. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Everything is synchronicity. Everything. You are now becoming more aware of that in your daily lives. As you look at everything, there are no accidents. No matter what situation you're in, it's there for you to some degree, or to participate in, to help others to whatever degree they need it. It's there for you to be in. By your agreement, by your willingness to be of service. You can speed it up, you can slow it down. You can impact more people or less people. You can express more or less expressions of your passion. But you will, as you have laid out, synchronistically interact with everyone you need to, in perfect timing, to help everyone, to be of service to everyone, while the whole is of service to you. Unconditionally. Breathe it in, breathe it out, and move through life with more ease, more grace, more beauty, more graciousness, more allowance for others to be themselves, for you to be a living example of what others can choose to be if you believe that it can help, with no insistence. Just allow. You are approaching a time of great transformation. You are in a time of great transformation that will soon be very evident on your planet in a way that will propel humanity forward in its evolutionary path so that you can join synchronistically your galactic family and truly realize your full potential as souls, as spirits, as light and love and life. Our unconditional love to you all. Avail. Good day. Together, the 6 and the 1 in the center will be representative of the 7th hybrid race when all 6 hybrid races exist and blend together into the 7th. That's the core of our common evolution and what we share as family and where we're going into what you call the future. Together. All right, I'll say good day to you this day of your time. This transmission is about the 40-year cycles in humanity. These 40-year cycles are typical time frames in which humanity transforms from one paradigm to another. It is the reason why, in ancient times, the Israelites were kept in the desert for 40 years so that certain transitions could take place around them, but that they themselves would remain as they were for a variety of reasons. We will not go into the reasons right now. We have discussed some of them before. They have to do with the idea of the maintaining of certain genetic lines, to be brief. But the idea in general is that you find these 40-year cycles in a variety of places to let you know that it takes generally 40 years for your society and the new generations to begin to move forward into a new era, a new reality, a new understanding. You have, as the graphic shows you, now we cover 3 40-year cycles, starting in your year of 1947, with the idea that these cycles, as we are discussing them today, are relevant to the concept of the relationship of humanity to the concepts of extraterrestrials, be it literal or be it cultural. So the idea is there have been some things that occur in these 40-year cycles that have to do with creating the relationship literally and physically between humans on Earth and extraterrestrials. And there have been in those 40-year cycles media projects, your films, your television, so on and so forth, that present ideas of humanity's interaction with extraterrestrials, such as your Star Trek, your Star Wars, Close Encounters, so on and so forth. In each of these phases, these 40-year phases of 4 decades each, from 47 to 87, you experience the beginnings of playing with notions of how humans might interact with extraterrestrials should that day come. And now, from your 1987 to 2027, you have done other things that have amplified and accelerated the idea that open contact will occur within that second 40-year phase. And then in your third phase, starting with open contact in 2027, it extends to the idea of humanity ultimately receiving extraterrestrials, blending in your society, in a variety of ways until the point where humanity actually becomes a member of the Interstellar Alliance. These three phases are important in the understanding of the changes taking place on your world right now. For everything that seems chaotic, everything that seems to be breaking down, in a sense, is preparation for the reconstruction and resetting of humanity over the next couple of decades. During this phase now that you are in, that leads to the idea of open contact, and the phase beyond it, that leads to the idea of you experiencing global unity, global harmony, global abundance, and joining the Interstellar Alliance. As you allow yourself to study this graphic that we present to you, allow yourself to look at each phase, allow yourself to realize other things that may have been included within those phases, other movies, other events that had to do with allowing you to become more and more familiar with the idea of open contact, with the idea of interaction with extraterrestrial beings. And this continues even now in the phase that you are in, for there are other films coming out that give you an opportunity, both positively and negatively, to assess for yourselves what kind of a relationship you prefer with the extraterrestrials that have been engaging and involved with your society for countless years, that have been working with many people in your society behind the scenes for many decades, that all culminates in your year of 2027 in open contact and the beginning of relations between your world and our worlds in the Interstellar Alliance. So we invite you to deeply study the graphic that has been provided that contains these 3 40-year phases so that you can understand the probabilities that may open up should you decide to continue to move in this direction for those who are willing to open up in their spirituality, in their understanding of the cosmos, in their understanding of their own humanity, in their understanding of their soul and its expression and your life path on earth. For those who are willing to move forward in that way, this can act as a kind of probability chart for what you can experience in the near future. Even within these phases, there will be differences in terms of how each individual, group, or collective may experience these things. For again, it will be done in ways that are appropriate for the absorption by each individual in their own way, their own rate, their own pace. For nothing will be forced. It will be done in a way that will allow you time to get used to these things. For making it in a way that would be disruptive would be pointless. So allow yourselves to relax into this chart as an expression of not only what has happened, what is happening, and what may probably happen, and allow yourself to relax into the timing of these things, trusting the timing, the synchronicities. But do understand that as we have laid this out for you now, with more clarity as to what the probabilities are, next time we will be focusing on the year of 2027 itself as the year of open contact. So allow yourselves the opportunity to prepare. We thank you for allowing us to share this information with your society at this time. And in return, I ask, in what way may we now be of service to you? Please begin with your questions and dialogues if you wish.
Hi, Bashar. I'm Fernanda, and I'm from Mexico. And I wanted to ask you about the function and the purpose that limitation can have. I know that it's necessary to have a physical experience, but then every belief that we hold is limited in some way and it's relevant for us until it doesn't serve a purpose anymore. So I was wondering about the tension between purposeful limitation, how to live purposeful limitation, and negative limitation. Because I think there's a gray area there that I'm not understanding all that well. Well, that's it. Thank you. Goodbye.
All limitation can be used to learn lessons about overcoming the limitation. Doesn't matter whether you say that it's a negative limitation or caused by negative beliefs, or whether the limitation is imposed on you for some positive purpose, as some souls choose to do, to limit themselves through certain kinds of diseases that teach others the lessons about how to overcome those diseases. So all limitations can be life lessons. They may have different reasons for being, but they can all be learned from, and they can allow you to grow as a soul. You impose those limitations on yourself in one way, shape, or form through one mechanism or another, generally for the same purpose of overcoming them in some way, shape, or form, or allowing others to overcome them by learning from them.
Hello, it's very exciting to meet you.
And exciting to meet you as well. What would you like to discuss this day?
I would actually like to discuss, so I'm a woman that's about to turn 42, and at the age of about 37, I found out that I was autistic. So I'm still adjusting to all that means, and I have a lot of questions about it, actually.
Yes, such as?
So, like, I'm curious, first of all, why the experience of, like, why the stereotypes and the way that people talk about autism seems to be so far removed from what my actual experience feels
Yes.
like.
Well, humanity is learning. It's learning. Those souls that have chosen to express the idea you call autism are teaching humanity to look and communicate in different ways. Autism allows for certain kinds of focusing, certain kinds of abilities like telepathy to grow, to bloom, to blossom, psychic functioning, so on and so forth. So the souls that have agreed to express themselves in that way are helping to teach humanity how to look at things differently, look at humanity's abilities differently, or even to realize what the abilities of humans actually are, to go beyond the way they have been thinking for so long, to now, as you say, think outside the box. So you are doing a service and a teaching for humanity to learn to understand that communication takes place on many different levels in many different ways, and not just the level of materialism that they have assumed to be the case for so long.
So what I'm understanding you saying is that we are less grounded in physical reality. Is that correct?
To some degree, in certain ways, yes. In the ways that will allow humanity to understand that they can stretch beyond the concept that they hold physical reality to be, that they can understand that there are different levels of energy and levels of consciousness that can be expressed in physical reality, and that they can allow themselves to let those abilities blossom within them.
Okay. With being autistic, there have been a lot of challenges along the way.
Yes.
One of which is finding it very difficult to understand, why humans do certain things. Like, it's almost as if I felt like I was dropped into, I felt like an alien dropped it onto a planet that I just didn't understand. Like,
yes. Well, again, that's in a sense true. Remember, everyone is actually a soul. And in soul, you are experiencing less limitation, more flexibility, more awareness of self. And when souls choose to express themselves in certain ways in physical incarnations, especially when they impose certain limitations on themselves in order to express other things more strongly, you will still retain more feeling and more connection to the idea of your true natural self, your true nature as a soul. And that will make you feel very much like an alien on Earth, because you are agreeing to be in the midst of most people who have forgotten that they're souls, who have forgotten that they're spirits, who have forgotten what they are. And it is that forgetting that causes all of the challenges and difficulties and conflicts on your planet. So the idea of expressing what you're expressing gives humanity the opportunity to remember who they are and what they are, so they can bring themselves into fruition and be more like, in many ways, what it is you are expressing. So you're acting as an example of something that they haven't been for a long time and are not used to being, but you're giving them an opportunity to learn. So yes, of course, you're very foreign to each other because they have forgotten who they are.
Okay. Wow. So are there gifts or challenges that, I mean, well, we've talked about challenges, but like, are there gifts that come with being autistic? And specifically, like, is it part of my soul contract that I came into understanding myself so late in life?
Yes.
Is there a benefit with that in regards to open contact even?
Yes. You had to spend some time understanding the differences, understanding how different you are from a lot of other people. You had to spend some time getting that comparison, that contrast, so that you would understand that when you express your gifts, such as any psychic functioning or healing or telepathy or creativity on a certain level, that you can relate to the idea of the humans who don't understand their own gifts. And you can help them bring those gifts out by acting as an example, because you've been there, you understand the differences, and you understand how to make a bridge to reach across and let them understand how to cross that bridge to meet you more in your reality.
Okay.
So the timing is perfect. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Is there a purpose to having sensory sensitivities that get so intense and so loud that they almost become painful, or they are painful actually?
All right. Well, again, it is something that on your end, you do have to learn how to control. And it comes with the idea of changing your definitions and your beliefs a little bit about yourself and why you are where you are. You have to own the fact that you chose to be here, to be of assistance and service to humanity, to help them uplift and upgrade themselves. And if you start looking at situations that way, you can tone those things down to an acceptable level for yourself, because you will know how to handle them in service to others to help them, as I said, reach out to you to meet you halfway. So it's about changing some of the definitions about yourself in terms of what you're experiencing to help mitigate some of the things that seem challenging to you. It's about relying on the power of your soul to help you soften those things so that you can function properly.
So if I start the process of, well, and I think, masking, which is a survival strategy that autistic people use, like, will I become more in alignment to bring people into understanding me better?
It's not so much the idea of masking, as you call it, as it is understanding the indestructibility of your soul. It's about this kind of confidence of knowing who and what you truly are that will bring everything into focus and mitigate whatever it is, filter out whatever it is that wouldn't allow you that certainty, that knowledge, that knowingness. So it's not so much masking as it is bringing yourself into alignment with who and what you are, and then finding out that that alignment will filter things in a way that will allow you to move forward and function. But it requires that you do take actions in service to humanity that are relevant to your passions in life.
Okay, so in doing services that are my passions, that are my highest passions, I find that I actually focus so intensely that I kind of push everything else to the wayside and I don't even realize it. And
Yes.
I've found that I burn myself out. Is
All
there?
right. Then it's not, no. If you burn yourself out, you're not following your passion, because passion will not allow that. The idea is to understand, as I said, that there's a balance to this. And the balance comes from redefining what you're experiencing in more positive ways, understanding who and what you are and why you've chosen to be here at this time to be of service in certain ways. So the idea of the intensity of your focus is fine, but you have to understand the focus as an example, a living example to others. So you can't exclude them, you have to include them in the idea of paying attention to the fact that your focus allows you to do certain things that you're teaching them they can do themselves. So it's not about focusing to exclude them, it's about focusing to show them that they have similar abilities as well. So in that way, you're balancing it out by focusing, but knowing that your focus is teaching them something, and therefore mentally you are including them in that experience. You're not excluding them. You're not taking it too far, because you understand that you're doing it to be of service to them and not just for you.
Okay. I thought that I was doing that, but I guess.
If you feel burnout, you're not doing it, because your passion would never let you burn out. Burnout and being overwhelmed means that you're not actually doing it in the way that works for you, in the way that is actually truly representative of service to others as well. It's too much for you because you're doing it in the way you think you have to do it, because you have outdated definitions from others that don't work for you. That's why I'm saying it's so important to change your definitions about why you're here, what you're doing, and what the purpose of that is. And when you do that, then it'll be more balanced and you'll be able to focus in the way you need to focus, but your focus will be a living example to others of how they can focus too, how they can bring those abilities to bear.
Okay.
All right? Does that help you?
I think that that's going to take me a little bit to actually absorb that.
That's all right. Process is the point. It's all right. Just be kind to yourself. Change definitions that work for you in any way, shape, or form that you want, and just relax into it. It will filter out. It will balance out. If you have this intention to move forward in service, it'll balance out. So take your time. That's fine. Don't rush. No reason to hurry. Everything will work out in perfect timing. Just relax into your true self.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Hello, Bashar. My name is Brandon, and I am from Michigan, and I am experiencing a very rapid awakening process. And during meditation recently, a name came through very loud and clear, and that name was Ahnutay, Ahnutay. You know, this name isn't exactly a common name in our current day. It's not John or Mike or anything like that. That name felt very ancient and powerful and intentional. And when I work with that name, my intuition seems to sharpen, and it's like pieces of the puzzle are coming together. My question for you, Bashar, is who or what is Ahnutay? Is there significance behind that name? Can you tell me why it was given to me? And am I meant to step into some bigger role because of this? I appreciate your response, Bashar. Thank you so much.
You are supposed to step into a bigger role by being your true self and acting on your passion. Ahnutay, that is how it's pronounced, Ahnutay, is a combination of Atlantean and Egyptian. From ancient Atlantis moving into Egypt, the idea is a connection, a soul connection that you have to ancient Atlantean and Egyptian energy and consciousness to help you realize the full potential of your being. Go forth and act on your passion and be of service to humanity, staying in that energy and being representative of the fullness of your being, the fullness of your soul. Ahnutay.
Yes, hello. Hello,
Good
Bashar.
day. Good day. Good day.
Good day. Good day. Feel really excited to talk to you.
And you as well.
I have a first question regarding following the passion.
Yes.
I have heard you said that very often in the context of serving the others. So
Yes.
my question is how important it is that my passion will have to serve the others, because a lot of things that I'm doing that makes me happy, but I'm doing only for me.
Can you give me an example?
Like traveling, for example. So I like to travel and see different things, but I'm not really like making a vlog or tell people about my experience, etc.
Do you interact with any other people at all when you travel?
I travel mostly alone.
You never interact with the local people at all?
Yes, I do.
And do you have conversations with them?
Yes, I do.
And what kind of conversations do you have?
About my plan of traveling, what I'm gonna do, and I also ask about their local culture and habits and
All right.
yeah.
And in asking about their local culture, how do they respond to you?
They explain what is typical with them, etc. So
And so they are sharing a part of their lives with you, yes?
correct.
And you are giving them an opportunity to do that, aren't you?
Okay, but does that mean that it is serving somebody or?
Yes, because everyone wants to be heard. And therefore, the idea is you're giving them an opportunity to tell you about themselves.
Okay.
So it may be on a very soft level,
Yeah.
but it's still serving them by engaging with them and listening to what they have to say about their lives.
Oh, okay. I never thought of it that way.
Now you can. And by thinking of it that way, you may find yourself actually diving deeper into it and finding out more things that you can be passionate about that actually will serve humanity in different ways on different levels. But that's a beginning,
Okay.
and it is of service to engage with others and find out who they are and what they're about. So when these people tell you about themselves, do they seem happy?
Yes.
Well, then you
Most
give
of the
them a
time,
chance.
yes.
Then you give them a chance to be happy.
Okay. It's good to know. And another question is that very often when I'm traveling, also that's one of the reasons why I like traveling so much. I have contact with different beings, and
I
then
assume you mean other than humans on Earth?
correct.
Yes.
They came to me like a image, and then I will start to have communication with them. So I don't
Yes.
know if they are my spiritual guides or
Some
is
of
there
them may be. Some of them may be. Some of them may be ETs. Some of them may be your members of your soul family. They can be different things at different times depending upon what you need, but they're letting you know that they're there for you.
Okay. And is there a reason why they came very often during my travel?
Well, you're more open during your traveling. You're not so focused on the idea of what you need to do in your normal daily routines. You're more open and more receptive because you are open to new cultures, new ideas. And that can extend even to the idea of encounters with the spirit world.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's easier for them to reach you in that state of mind.
Yes, and I feel that very often they reach out to me in the moments when I have more challenges in my life, for example.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. So that's the reason why they came to me.
All right. Now, in the sense that you have these experiences, is there something that you would like to do with that knowledge in terms of sharing it with others?
I don't know. I haven't.
Do you ever tell others that this happens to you?
No.
Why not?
I don't feel like at the moment in my life that there are people who will understand.
When you travel, do you ever ask them if they have experiences like that?
No, it sounds like an odd question to ask people whom I just met.
You're the one making it odd.
Okay.
You might be surprised at the answers they give you.
Oh, okay.
You might start slowly. You might phrase it in a way that you think that they might understand or that they might be able to relate to. But I would suggest that if you're going to go traveling around and you're going to engage with others, that you can start to elicit their curiosity, start to stretch them a little bit by asking them questions that allow them to think about things other than their typical daily lives. And that will be of service to humanity as well, because then you will allow them to start thinking about unusual things and curious things that may have happened to them in their lives. You can even approach it that way. So I'm curious, as I'm traveling around, you can say, I have found that engaging with other people, that sometimes when people share things with me, they share very curious things with me. I have had curious things happen in my life. Have you ever had unusual or curious things happen in your life? I'm interested to find out, because interesting and curious things happen to me, and others have told me they have those things happen to them too. So if you approach it that way, you're not necessarily asking the question in a way that is too odd for them to answer. And so they may start thinking about it and go, well, you know, there was this one time when, and then you might start opening up a dialogue to find out that more curious and interesting things are happening to people than they often are willing to talk about, because no one ever asks.
Okay.
So be the one that asks. If you're going to travel around, figure out if you're interested in these kinds of things and learning more about it, because you can learn a lot about how these things work by asking about other people's experiences of them, and that can help illuminate your experiences of them too. And that is a service to humanity, because you're getting them to think beyond their normal lives, outside the box, outside of physical reality, and to understand that physical reality is far more interesting and curious than they may normally think. So we're giving you these suggestions to play with and explore, and see if that turns into something that would be fun for you.
Okay, I will take the courage to do that.
Why does it require courage? If you're simply asking them an interesting question to elicit some interesting information, what courage does that really require?
Okay. I don't know. I just feel like it might sound a bit strange to people.
Well, it's up to you. You can stretch yourself or not. You can be of service or not. It's your choice. But we're giving you some suggestions for how you can do this easily and find and discover other avenues for your passion that aren't necessarily that strange. Other people, again, may surprise you by the answers that they give you. And you may find it gets easier and easier, because you will then have a backlog of people that have given you all sorts of interesting and curious answers, and you can use that moving forward. As I said, you can say, well, you know, in my travels, these people have told me some very interesting and curious things that make me wonder about the nature of our world. Do you have any curious things that I would be interested in hearing about? So on and so forth. Because again, you're asking them to talk about themselves, which people on your planet love to do.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, I will do that.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Bashar.
You are very welcome. Aveo.
Unconditional love to you, Aveo.
And you as well.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar. Good day. I want to ask you something related to my dad, who passed away in 20th of May 2020, and my son, who was born on 20th August 2020. What is the connection between them? And also, may I please ask you if my dad found his way in these different dimensions? Is he the one who communicates with me all the time? Thank you.
Well, yes, your father is in spirit. There is a connection because the child and the father are part of the same soul family. Not the same soul, but part of the same soul family. And of course, there is communication that comes from the spirit realm for those that have passed on, because again, part of your soul family can act as guides for you to some degree, even though you also have spirit guides.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I am so delighted and honored to meet you.
We are lighted and honored to meet you.
So my question, I have spent most of my adult life looking for a vocation or a calling that I could do as my employment. And I have not been able to find anything. I have recreated the same situation multiple times
Yes.
of taking work, thinking that this would work, and then ending up leaving that work because I found it so stressful or just didn't fit me well.
All right. So what would you rather be doing if you could do anything? If
I
there were no
don't-
limitations? Yes, you
I
do.
don't.
Yes, you do. What would you be doing if there were no limitations, if you could do anything, and if you could do something that would allow you to feel creative and free? What would you do? Think back to your childhood. Did your child self have ideas and dreams about things that the child could do when the child grew up that you simply didn't choose to do?
Things like being a dancer.
All right. Well, did you go into dance?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't. I don't have much of a sense of rhythm, and I didn't have.
What's that got to do with anything?
And I didn't have the body type to be a dancer.
What's that got to do with anything? So you limited yourself by the definitions that society provided to you. And you began the journey of continuing to straitjacket yourself instead of allowing yourself the freedom to express who you really were by taking on what society thought you should be instead of determining for yourself what you could be.
That is true to an extent. I also have tremors, essential tremors that prevent smooth movement of like hands and arms.
Then create a new dance that includes tremors.
Okay, so I will be 69 in a week and a half.
I am speaking now metaphorically in the sense of when you think that something is a limitation, find a way to make it part of your creative expression. You need to be more imaginative and more creative and include the things you have previously defined as limitations as part of your creativity, part of your imagination, instead of just holding yourself back because of this or because of that. Find a way. There is always, there is always a path for you that is an expression of your passion, your freedom, your creativity, your imagination, and your love. Always going to be a path for you. But you have to be willing to be yourself. It's okay to have all the things you're talking about. I don't have this kind of body. I don't have this kind of rhythm. I have tremors. It's fine to have all those things. But you have to be willing to find ways in which you can include them into your creativity instead of using them as reasons to limit yourself.
But I don't want to be a dancer anymore.
I'm using it metaphorically.
Okay.
I'm using the idea of the early example to explain a concept to you.
Okay.
So now you take that example, take that concept, and apply it into your life now. What are things that you would prefer to be doing that you are holding yourself back from doing because you're defining certain things about yourself that prevent you from moving forward? You are accepting limitations based on outdated definitions that probably have nothing at all to do with you.
I'm struggling to think of something.
All right. Let me ask you a question.
Maybe be a writer.
Let me ask you a question. Did
All
you
right.
say writer?
Yes.
Is there something about being a writer that you would enjoy?
The freedom that it allows, and
Are you writing?
no,
Why aren't you writing if you said it would be something that would allow you to experience freedom and joy? Why aren't you writing then? What's holding you back from that?
I have a stressful job. I'm a litigator.
So what?
and I spend about
So what? So what? You have no time at all to write at all, even one paragraph a day?
I could write a paragraph a day, yes.
Can you write 2?
I could probably write a page a day.
Well, that's very good. You know, most writers that are famous writers only write a page a day. Eventually, all the pages build up, and then you have something. What's wrong with only writing a page a day? As long as it is an expression of your joy and your excitement and allows you to feel the freedom and the flow that you prefer to feel, there is absolutely nothing wrong at all with writing 1 page a day. Nothing at all. So you have just said you can do that. So do it.
Okay.
Any other reasons to hold yourself back from doing that?
Only that I have gotten to the point of not feeling excitement.
But you just said that writing allows you to feel freedom. Is feeling freedom not an exciting feeling for you?
No, writing doesn't allow me to feel freedom.
What
The
does?
concept of being a writer.
But being a writer means you write.
Being a writer means you write, but it allows you the freedom to do it where you want and when you want.
Eventually, that will be the case when you finally let go of the insistence that you have to keep doing something you don't enjoy. You will give yourself more time to do that. But right now, take whatever time you can to do so. And in those moments, when you have whatever time you have to write a sentence, a paragraph, a page, whatever that time is, allow yourself in those moments to know that you are at that moment being a writer and feel the sense of freedom that comes with that in that moment, even if it's only for 5 minutes. You have to start practicing feeling that, allowing yourself some time to do that. Otherwise, your passion will never be given a chance to show you that it can support you to the degree where you can then finally let go of doing the things that don't excite you, that aren't your passion. And it will give you more and more time because you will gain more and more confidence in the idea that this will actually ultimately be able to support you. But you have to start the ball rolling. You have to start somewhere. So, since you have called out the idea that being a writer feels freeing, then for the moments that you have wherein you can write, know that in those moments you are being a writer and feel the freedom. Can you do that?
I can certainly try to do that. Yes.
You can do that.
I
Don't
can
try to
do
do it. Do it.
I can do that. I've heard you say that so many times to so many people. Yes.
But, all right, then do it. Just do it. It's not that difficult. Don't overthink it. Don't overcomplicate it. It's not that difficult because there are no such things as built-in difficult situations. Only your definitions make things difficult.
Okay. Why do some people come into their lifetimes with knowing that they have a calling, that they, from the time they were a child, they wanted to be a writer or a musician or a doctor or a fireman or something like
That's
that?
the choice their soul has made for that particular life path. They may have experienced a lot of things similar to what you're experiencing in other lifetimes, and now they have made a choice to do it this way. Don't measure yourself against others. You have no business doing that. You're unique. They're unique. You have had other lives where you've experienced exactly what they're experiencing now. They have had lives what they experienced exactly what you're experiencing now. You learn the lessons in all forms of those life paths that the soul chooses. So don't worry about what other people are experiencing. Learn the lessons that you're choosing to learn and let go of the limitations you've imposed upon yourself. That's your lesson to learn here.
All right.
Never mind what someone else is doing.
Yes, I
Does
think.
that help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Bashar. Good
You are
day to
welcome.
you.
You are welcome.
Hello, Bashar. Quick question. If I help or heal someone in my reality, do they also get healed in their reality from their perspective? Or am I just healing and helping my version of them? Thank you.
It depends on the purpose for the interaction. If you see them as healed in your reality, but they are not healed in their reality, then there may be a purpose for you to experience the idea of healing your version of them that gives you a sense of purpose in your life, no matter what's going on with the actual other person. For the most part, however, remember again, other people have to heal themselves. Even if you are helping by providing a healing vibration, they still have to match it in order to experience the healing. Now, it's unlikely, very rare, that you would only interact with the version of yourself that has nothing to do with other people. The version you're creating usually has to do with what the other people are choosing to experience as well. So it's unlikely you're going to see the version you've created of them experiencing healing if the actual being doesn't want to be healed, because it would be a relatively rare reason for that to happen. As I said, it may happen for the rare reason of boosting your confidence that you can experience yourself as a healer. But for most people, the interaction is more representative of what's actually happening with the real being, whether they choose to be healed or not.
Hi, Bashar. Hello. How are you?
Perfect. And you?
My name is Nina. I'm from the city of Odessa in Ukraine. I
Yes.
live in Dubai now.
All
I'm
right.
super excited to be here and thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you.
It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
Well, I have a million questions to you, but I will ask just three. My first question is about my country, Ukraine. With all the situation what is going on currently, I wanted to ask, is it just a regular human conflict, or is there any extraterrestrial, interdimensional entities, beings involved in this, or is it just a human conflict?
It is a human conflict. There are extra-dimensional and extraterrestrial beings involved in attempting to help resolve the conflicts. There are no extraterrestrials involved in creating the conflicts, if that's what you were asking.
Yes, yeah.
All the conflict is being created by humans.
Okay. Is it going to affect future contact in any way?
Well, it may affect the style of how contact occurs in that area, but it will not stop contact from happening.
Okay, great. Thank you. My next question is about constellation of Orion. Since I was young, I was very drawn to this constellation, and I always seek it in the sky. And every time I see it, I feel warm. I always smile. I wanted to ask: is there some deeper meaning to this, or
Yes.
it's just?
Yes. Many people are connected to the ancient civilizations that were in the Orion systems that experienced the idea of oppression and fighting against oppression. And therefore, you can see that this scenario, for many people who are connected to Orion, is playing out on Earth at this time to a different conclusion, ideally. So you are using your connections to add energy to see if you can steer the idea of fighting against oppression to a different outcome, something more positive, because it didn't end positively in the ancient Orion systems.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you.
Yes.
And my third last question will be about my passion. I'm working in events and entertainment industry, and I love it. It's my biggest passion that I've been following for years.
All right.
Recently, I started noticing that it affects me physically, not in a very good way. Like I'm getting stressed, I'm getting tired.
All right. All right. Let me stop you right there. Anytime you get stressed, tired, or overwhelmed, it means that you're not following your passion in the way that actually works for you. So you need to take a step back, look for ways in which you can continue to do your passion, but differently, in ways that actually work for you, that you prefer, not in ways that tell you you have to do it this way, but look for your way of doing it so that synchronicity can give you the proper timing in which you need to do things in a different way that work for you, so you will not be overwhelmed or tired. And that way it'll regulate what you need to do on any given day. You will not force yourself to do more than is necessary on that day, because you will be doing it more efficiently in the way that works for you, and just taking care of exactly only what needs to be done that day, and not pushing yourself to go farther.
Interesting. What is the best way to understand it? Like, how is...
Well, as I said, you need to take a pause and you need to look at the concepts of what you're doing in terms of event planning, so on and so forth. And you need to take some time to sit down and think about different ways in which you could do things, and feel when you think of perhaps, oh, I could do this differently, or I could do that differently. When you think of those things, see which one allows you to feel some relief. And that would be the correct direction to go in. That would be the new way to do it. And it may even involve asking other people to help you.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to take the time to look at what you're doing, and look with your creative imagination, and really be allowing your creative imagination to flow. Don't limit yourself. Don't fall into the trap of going, well, this is the way it's always been done, I have to just do it that way. Or don't assume that it has to be done in the way you've always done it, or the way other people say it has to be done. Just take the time, let it all just simmer, and just look at all the different things that need to be done to accomplish what you're really excited about, and find out if there's a different way to do it. Take the time to do that. Use your creativity and imagination to look for new avenues that work for you.
I think I know what I need to do it, but I'm scared to do it.
Oh, all right. That's a good sign, because that means that you have belief systems that are preventing you from moving in the direction that would actually work for you. So why are you afraid to do it? What are you afraid is going to happen if you do those things that way?
I'm afraid that I will stay without any income, without money.
Why would doing it that way cause that to happen in your mind? What would be the sequence? What would be the sequence of events that would cause that to happen?
If I stay without any income for a long time, I will not.
No. I'm asking you a different question. Tell me why you think doing something in a different way would limit your income.
Because I'm thinking that if I work on a freelance, which will be easier for me, that means I will not have income between my projects.
And why do you think you will not have income between those projects? Might not A, other projects come up that will fill that space? Or B, as a freelancer, might you charge differently so that you don't have to worry about whether or not there is space between projects? How can you mitigate the idea of having space between projects by being a freelancer?
Mm-hmm. I understand. I had this situation before. I had a situation when I had no job for 4 months, and it was pretty scary for me.
That was then. This is now. And if you do things differently now than you did then, the outcome will be different as well. Do not base your future on what you experienced in the past. Learn from it. All you're simply saying is, it didn't work for me because I didn't do the things I needed to do. What can I do to make that different now if I'm going to go back to freelancing? How can I make it different in a way that feels correct for me? What adjustments can I make? What changes can I make that will remove the idea of worrying that I might not have enough projects? Either charge more, attract other kinds of projects, find out that you might be passionate about something else and do that in between other projects. There are many ways that you can open up to the idea that you will be supported. But first and foremost, what you're simply saying is you don't actually have an inbuilt understanding that if you're acting on your passion, it will always support you. But you have to be open to broadening your definition of what support means. It doesn't always mean income in the sense of money. It will be support, and it will allow you to continue to move forward. And again, remember, Abundance is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it. The ability can come in many ways. So don't limit yourself in terms of, well, if it doesn't bring me this, then I won't be able to support myself. You're limiting yourself by that definition. Just know that whatever form of support needs to be there to allow you to continue to act on your passion will be there. You have to know that's how it works. This is not a fantasy. This is not wishful thinking. You have to understand that's how it actually works. This is physics. What you put out is what you get back. This is vibrational energy physics. That's how it works. If you put out less than what you could be putting out, you will get back less than what could be supporting you. So if you put out more of yourself in a way that works for you, you will get back more that works for you. That's how it works. You have to understand that. This is just physics. Don't relegate it to any mysterious idea of, oh, I don't know what will happen. I'm afraid I won't have this and I won't have that. That's all fantasy. It's all definitions that have nothing at all to do with how this actually literally functions, how it actually works as an energy physics mechanism. Make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
So you say if I feel stressed or uncomfortable with my work, it means I'm not doing right. I'm not following my passion in the right way, right?
You are not following your passion, or you're not following your passion in a way that works for you, which means you're not completely acting on your passion, because you can't act on your passion by doing something that is also not representative of your passion. The method of doing it has to be also representative of your passion. Where you do it, how you do it, with whom you do it, all the components have to be in alignment for it to actually be representative of acting on your passion. Otherwise, you're not acting fully on your passion, and therefore you will also get back a less than passionate response.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Thank you.
Good day.
Good day to you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Goodbye.
Hi, Bashar. This is Mani. I hope you're doing great. I had some questions, which I would really appreciate if you could answer them for me. The first question is, will the Iranian people ever have a better system which controls the country? And if the answer is yes, I would like to know how long would it take for this thing to happen, and also what would it take for this to happen? I would really appreciate your answer, and thank you so much. Hope you're doing great.
Yes, but it will probably take a decade or two to really maximize. A lot of it will move forward because of the existence of extraterrestrials on your planet after open contact. But different countries will have to work out their systems for themselves as well, because extraterrestrials will not force them to change, but the existence of extraterrestrials will let them know there is a lot more that they could be taking advantage of if they would allow themselves to change. But for some countries, it will take a while to get over what has been ingrained within them for many generations. And so over the course of the next decade or two, you will find that most countries will finally ultimately shift into something that is beneficial for the entirety of humanity across the globe.
Good day. Good day.
Good day to you.
I'm very excited to be here in this co-creation with you.
We are excited as well. What would you like to talk about?
I am very excited about open contact, and also excited to talk about the phase that will happen after we meet the first contact specialists. I know that you've talked about the social engineers coming and us moving into a phase of planetary management.
Yes.
What will that look like? How will we begin to connect with the social engineers?
Well, they will be like advisors, like consultants, and they will create suggestions and plans, so to speak. They will demonstrate how things really work, how one thing is connected to another, how this action can bring this result. They will bring new technologies, new understandings of how things work for entire planets. They will give you examples of how other planets function so that you can decide what works for your planet as well. There will be many things, but in a sense, they will function like tutors, like guides, like consultants.
Hmm. That's very interesting. So I've noticed that I've begun to connect over the past couple of years with many different people across the world. We've been connecting online, and it feels like we're making a grid of some kind.
Sort of.
We,
Yes.
yeah, we connect and we talk about all of these things, ascension, the social experiment. And I'm wondering if these groups we're going to be working with these groups during that planetary management phase.
Well, yes, some will. It depends on what you're truly interested in. You may gravitate to things you didn't even know about at this particular point because they aren't introduced to you yet. So you will find during that phase of open contact what is of great interest to you, and the ETs will work with any humans that fit that particular thing. But you may discover some of those things only after contact. You may not even know about some of them yet.
I understand. And when we do meet the social engineers, will we be meeting Anima and the Sasani social engineers, or will we be meeting Pleiadian?
Eventually. It will mostly start with the ones that are Pleiadian and other hybrids. Eventually, others will come.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome.
And I have one more question for you today.
Yes.
I love connecting with flowers and connecting with flower essence energy.
Yes.
I was wondering what type of flowers you have on Essassani. Are they similar to the flowers we have here, or are they quite different?
Some of them are similar, but one type that we have already described climbs up a tree, spirals around the tree, and blooms at the top, but its petals are somewhat transparent and let sunlight through, and they're very colorful. So it's almost like having a stained glass flower, and it lets light down that is colorful.
Oh, wow. It reminds me of like some of the bioluminescence that we kind of have here.
Well, sort of, but they're not bioluminescent. They're just transparent, but full of color so that it allows sunlight to come through in different colors as it affects the life below.
Beautiful. Do you stop and smell the roses, Bashar?
Often we are in nature and enjoying nature and its sights and its scents, yes, although we don't exactly have roses.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That feels complete for me. Ha'atu.
All right. Thank you. Good day, Aveo.
Bashar, my name is Rarendranatha, and my question is about the origins of yoga on this planet. So at Lake Mansarovar, many have described meeting beings there who they would describe as extraterrestrial. And people have said that they see these beings creating bodies and dissolving bodies. And also, this lake is right next to Kailash, or also known as the abode of Shiva, who, having been so close to Mansarovar and Kailash his whole life, I wonder if he's of these beings. Is he an extraterrestrial? And is the origin of yoga extraterrestrial? Thank you. Blessings.
Yes to both, to some degree. There were ancient practices, not exactly what you recognize as yoga today, but are the seed of what you now recognize as yoga today, that come from ancient cultures on your planet. And some of that was learned through the exchange of extraterrestrial beings. Yes, what you think of as Shiva is not only an archetypal energy, but also was representative of extraterrestrials that the culture interacted with in ancient times. There is a portal in the area you have described, and many extra-dimensional beings and extraterrestrial beings can use the energy of that portal to create apparitions of themselves to appear to people and then fade out. They are attempting to get you used to the idea of incursions from other dimensions, so you get used to the idea that you are not alone and can and do interact with these beings all the time, but they're helping you make it more real for yourselves, more solid for yourselves by generating these apparitions to give you something to focus on.
Hi, Bashar.
Mother of seven.
We have a lot of exciting questions from our audience today.
All right, please proceed.
You said that our economy will transition into one that is based on the skills of individuals. I'm having trouble imagining this, as from my understanding, this is what our current system attempts to do. Can you provide an example as to the difference?
Well, what will make that work is the idea of more synchronicity. As I said, our civilization operates on pure synchronism. So the idea is that synchronicity must become far more predominant in your society so that then your economy can be based on the skills and talents and gifts of the different people showing up exactly where they need to, when they need to give what they need to the people that need it and receive from those people what they need in turn. So what is missing from your society at this point is an awareness and a utilization of a more profound experience of synchronicity that will allow such a system to work.
You've recommended to many of us to volunteer within our community. I haven't been volunteering, but I've been picking up trash within my neighborhood. Am I essentially accomplishing the same thing as if I were volunteering?
Not if you're doing it on your own. It is helpful to do that, obviously. If you are working with a group of people doing it, volunteering to do it, then that is closer to the mark. But the idea that we are suggesting volunteering for certain things is to put you in a different state where you're interacting with different people for different reasons, and therefore synchronicity can come to you in ways through different people to let you know the information you need to know, to take you out of yourself and give you different perspectives on things. So when we talk about the idea of volunteering as one part of the social experiments that we have delivered to all of you, we are talking about interacting in groups so that there is more opportunity for more information that will open up different avenues and opportunities for you. Again, nothing wrong with doing it by yourself when and where necessary. It is always helpful. But volunteering in groups will put you in touch with others who can provide information that you may require synchronistically. Not that synchronicity can't happen when you are out doing something helpful on your own as well, but you increase the amount of synchronicity, the opportunities for synchronicity when you are dealing with groups of people in a volunteer situation. That changes your perspective on things. That opens you up to receiving information you might not otherwise receive because you are in an unusual or unfamiliar situation when you volunteer for something.
What about volunteering with animals?
Again, you can be doing this with groups of people.
So
yes, obviously animals can teach you many things as well, but the volunteering situation will usually contain a number of people that work for an organization that are dealing with animals and helping the animals in that way.
So it's about gathering the people, working with people.
Yes, it's not excluding, it's about including. So if you're working with animals, that's all well and good, but rarely will there be a situation where you can work with large groups of animals or be of assistance to them without belonging to some form of organization that has the wherewithal and the ability to do so.
Okay. Thank you. Will the Pleiadians who come at first contact be physical beings? Can fifth and above frequency beings create physical 3D bodies?
Hybrids and Pleiadians in first contact that will be introduced to human society on Earth will be physical beings of high vibration. Higher spiritual, non-physical beings can project apparitions of themselves from time to time, but those are not exactly what you would recognize as physical bodies. The hybrids and Pleiadians and other extraterrestrials involved in being introduced to your society through open contact are physical beings as far as you understand that term.
It feels like we are on such a dark timeline. I keep expecting people to learn their lessons and make better choices. What is happening? Is it happening yet? I'm losing faith.
You have a saying on your planet, it is always darkest before the dawn. You have to reach a certain point of negativity before you finally reverse. This goes along with what we have described as the rubber band analogy, where the farther back into darkness you pull the rubber band, when you finally let go, it will snap that much farther and further into the positive side, into the light. So in many ways, the increasing of darkness is what will finally, when things turn around, propel you faster into the light. So do not lose hope. Allow yourself to stay in a positive state. Don't choose to match the negative vibration by lowering your own frequency. Stay prepared to go into the light in a more accelerated way when you finally reach the turning point, the tipping point, where the negative side must, of its own weight, collapse and finally allow the breakthrough into the positive side.
And on that note, is it possible to say when approximately humanity will have reached enough consciousness so we can see real positive changes on the political level? I can see that consciousness has been rising for many individuals over the last decades, but as long as key political positions are filled with ego-based leaders, it's hard to imagine how this world can get substantially saner instead of being destroyed, and that depresses me.
Again, don't give in to the negative vibration, otherwise you're just adding to the challenge of accelerating in a positive direction. To answer your question more specifically, this is all part of the reset that we have talked about, where by your year of 2050, you will find that things will have changed radically in many different areas of your society, politically, socially, religiously, economically, so on and so forth. So over the next few decades, you will find that many of these changes will take place. A lot of it will be spurred on and accelerated by the introduction of extraterrestrials over the next couple of years. And it will take its time and it will take its pace as necessary for different people in different places on your planet, different nations, different philosophies will adapt these ideas, will change over the next couple of decades, some more quickly than others, some more slowly than others. But generally by your year of 2050, you will find there will be more balance on your planet in all fields, in all disciplines, in all areas of your society.
With the telepathy tapes exposing more people to the idea that telepathy is a real possibility, as well as being a reoccurring topic for ET contact, it seems like an important skill we should strive to improve on in preparation for contact. Can you recommend some practical exercises that we can do to train our telepathic abilities?
Yes, practice with your animals. Send them images and feelings, seeing pictures in your mind about what it is you're attempting to transmit to them to do physically. So if you, for example, send a picture and a feeling to your dog or your cat to do a certain thing, then that is the beginning of training yourself to, quote unquote, speak in telepathic terms. Because telepathy is not about words or language in the classical sense. It's about imagery, it's about feeling, it's about action. So practice with your animals by sending them images and feelings about what it is that you are asking them to do. And over time, you will start to see them be able to respond more readily to that than the spoken word. And that will begin your training with regard to telepathic contact, especially if you interact with beings that are also already expressing high levels of telepathy with regard to extraterrestrials in connection to them, such as your dolphins and your whales. But the idea of starting with the animals that you have around you all the time, your cats, your dogs, your pets, so to speak, can start the training in earnest. But remember that telepathy is all about being on the same wavelength, being in love, being in vibrational harmony with others. But the easiest way to transmit that is to have that feeling of connection, have that feeling of love for the animal unconditionally as the animal gives you unconditional love. And in that state of love, transmit an image from your mind along with that feeling of unconditional love.
Are animals more naturally telepathic than humans?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. You previously mentioned a major contact event with high probability will occur in 2029.
Oh, that's an error. 2027 is what we said, not 2029. We gave you a 5-year window for certain things to happen, but we have since told you that that has now been reduced to 2 years. So 2027. And originally we said there would be a major contact event in 2027, not 2029. That's a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation.
Thank you. So both these events are the same thing, contact and
Yes.
a contact event. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You've mentioned that the Greys are from an alternate Earth timeline. When they come to our timeline, is the year the same for them as it is for us? Or are they arriving from what would be considered their future? What year are they coming from?
Well, they're arriving from what you would consider your future. In other words, their present was ahead of your present, and you would therefore, timeline-wise, consider it to be your future. Coming from about anywhere from 300 to 600 years in your future, if you compare the two realities. Maybe even 1,000 years in your future, if you compare the two realities.
Thank you. I understand that the hybridization program began approximately 6,000 to 7,000 years ago in our timeline. The Judeo-Christian tradition places the creation of the universe at around the same time, roughly 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. Is that just a coincidence? Is there any particular significance to this timing?
There is no such thing as an accidental coincidence. It is the result of the psychic recognition of the introduction of another species, the Greys, into your reality, and the beginning of a new cycle of your time. The new cycle began, not the world began, but the new cycle, the new reality, the parallel reality shift began at the same time because of the unconscious collective psychic recognition of the introduction of the Greys and the hybridization agenda into your society at about that time. So it's a metaphorical idea of the world began at that time because you shifted to a new reality. So that new reality began at that time. But it doesn't mean the world physically began at that time.
Was there a specific event or reason that the Greys came specifically to that time to start?
Yes, but we can't go into that at this particular moment. It has to do with certain genetic viability. And that's all we will say at this time.
Thank you. There's a song by the Carpenters called Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft.
Yes.
What they say in the song seems to align with what a lot of channelers, channeled beings say. Also, it seems the song sounds more like a mantra than a song. Is there some way we can use this song?
Well, yes, use your imagination and creativity. You certainly can use it as a mantra. It's up to you. Use your imagination and creativity in whatever way, shape, or form you feel it helps you be in a state, like a permission slip, in a state that allows open contact to be more accelerated.
Do ET beings have a form of entertainment such as music and dancing?
We do have music. Many extraterrestrial species have music and dancing.
You've mentioned your years are shorter than ours.
No, that's another error. We have said our year is longer than yours. Your year is shorter than ours. Your year of 365 and 1/4 days is shorter than our year of 454 days.
Thank you. Recently, our astronomers have discovered dwarf galaxies about 3 million light years away that are much dimmer and smaller than our own, with one researcher describing them as a grain of rice compared to our own galaxy. Are there any advanced physical ETs in these galaxies, and are they much smaller in proportion to the life found on Earth?
There are many forms of life in those galaxies. There are intelligent beings in those galaxies. The idea of calling them dwarf galaxies has nothing at all to do with the scale or size of the life that lives on planets around those stars. There are some ETs that are smaller than others, some that are larger than others, but it has nothing to do with the size of the galaxy.
How are some of the engineers and scientists within the US government who've worked with ETs been able to keep these secrets? Are they afraid of public ridicule, legal repercussions, and legal repercussions by the government?
Some of them are, but the idea is that those people, your scientists, have been able to keep those secrets because the extraterrestrials they're working with are also in favor of keeping certain things secret until such time as it is appropriate and beneficial to your society to release those secrets. And as we said, that will begin in 2 years, in 2027.
And what is the deeper meaning or broader implication behind the Trump era tariffs and the resulting market volatility?
You are asking a political question. We will not answer this.
Okay. Are the men in black real? And if so, can you tell us about them?
They are real. We are not going to discuss them at this time.
Okay. Recently, a former advisor to JFK and Nixon named Harold Malmgren gave an interview where he stated that the U.S. recovered a UAP that had crashed in 1933 near Magenta, Italy. He claimed that he touched a piece of this craft's wreckage and that it gave him a telepathic imprint upon gripping it. Can you tell us if this story is true? And if so, how the crash took place and what happened in the aftermath?
We will not go into detail except to say that the idea of touching a craft and receiving a telepathic imprint is something that can occur. And that's all we will say about that incident at this moment.
Can you please expand on collaboration with AI regarding writing or illustrating books? Won't AI always have a better overview, structure, wording, and maybe better ideas? Do you recommend collaborating with AI on this subject? And if so, to which extent? Isn't there a possibility for us humans to lose imagination, creativity, and the desire to align with source when collaborating with AI?
Better is a relative term. Even though an AI may come up with some structure for a story, it doesn't mean that you will necessarily, with your creativity and intelligence, decide that that's the direction you want to go. You still have the free will, the creativity and imagination to decide whether or not the AI tool that you are using, like any tool, will help you, spur you, help you move forward, help you accelerate forward, give you some inspiration. You may change things still that the AI gives you. So it's a collaboration, as you say, and a partnership that can develop. You don't have to give over to the idea of all the creativity to the AI. You still can retain your creativity and your imagination and work together with the AI to come up with something that is a combination that is better than the sum of both of you.
Thank you. In 2012, I started seeing what I call a purple haze. I've been told it's a veil to another dimension. Sometimes it's really large and covers everything, and other times it's a small amount. What is it?
In a sense, it is sufficient to say that yes, the expansion of your consciousness may be allowing you to perceive a higher vibration energy that represents a barrier or a border between your world and the spirit dimension.
Do all people in physical reality have souls? I came across a theory that some individuals might just be NPCs, non-player characters, like backdrop characters without souls, designed to help physical reality play out for the real souls in human bodies. Is there any truth to this idea, or is every person a unique extension of a soul having a valid experience?
Every person is a soul. The only beings that you would consider to be without a soul would be those that are artificially created. Androids, robots, things like that. Yet that doesn't mean they can't connect, if they are sophisticated enough, to the field of consciousness itself, which is the source of all souls. That doesn't mean they necessarily have an individual soul. So artificial beings can tap into the greater collective consciousness or soul and utilize that or transmit that energy in a form of channeling. But each individual human and each individual being in creation, that is, in your terms, natural, is a soul.
Within your framework of 9 levels of consciousness, where does the ego fit in?
Well, the ego is just the focusing mechanism for the physical level of consciousness, the physical mind. As we have said, as a crude analogy, the ego is like a mask that you wear when you dive underwater so that you can see your environment more clearly. Because physical reality, in a sense, is an artificial construct, a projection of consciousness, a simulation in your consciousness, you need a structure based on your belief systems that will allow you to experience physical reality and the challenges you have laid out in your life path in a clear and distinct and understandable way. So the ego is just that device that the physical mind uses to experience the concept of physical reality within its consciousness in a clear and distinct and apparently separate way from the more broad perspective of the soul or spirit.
Where do the perfect geometric shapes and lines that dominate the visual field during a DMT trip come from, given that such forms are rare in nature?
This is the ability to start perceiving into what might be called the either causal plane, the underlying structure that creates physical reality out of consciousness, the geometric forms, ratios, and perspectives and proportions that physical reality is built on, and or a representation of the information stored in the time-space matrix that consciousness creates in order to experience physical reality that you refer to as the Akashic records. Altered states of consciousness will start perceiving that underlying structure, often as geometric forms.
When we transition from physical reality back to our full soul level consciousness, do we still retain certain human desires or dreams we didn't get to fulfill, like sharing a moment with someone we loved, visiting a place we always wanted to see, or experiencing something sensual or joyful we missed? Would we be able to recreate or explore these in a soul-created mini-physical reality for fun, or would we be so expanded and vibrationally beyond those desires that they no longer hold meaning for us?
Both are true. So you can, when you remember who you are in spirit, simply realize that certain things are no longer of interest to you because you've expanded beyond them, or they may still be of importance to you for certain reasons, and you can recreate or create a simulation, even though it's not exactly the same thing as physical reality. You can create it to appear to be and have the sensations as if it is important to you. So yes, either, both are possible.
Does the oversoul sense the emotions and heartbeat of every soul all at once, feeling who is in harmony and who has drifted from their truth?
Yes.
Okay. We hear a lot about love in the context of spirituality and raising vibration. What is your understanding of what love is and how does it work with the formula?
Love is what you translate as the frequency of existence itself, the frequency of all that is, unconditional love. That's your translation of the vibrational energy frequency of existence, of all that is. It works with the formula because when you act on your passion, you are keying into the vibrational frequency of your true self, which is an expression of all that is, an expression of unconditional love.
Would eating meat lower my vibration and reduce my chances for open contact? I also heard that good channelers are often larger bodied because more water in their body helps transmit higher energy. Would being slim and fit affect my ability to channel?
No. You must pay attention to your own body consciousness about what it is that's required for you. Different channels and different belief systems may hold on to different things because that's what they believe they require. They will stabilize themselves in whatever way, shape, or form they need to according to their belief systems and maybe challenges that they themselves also need to work on and work through in order to advance their souls. But the idea of what you eat will not directly affect it unless you are choosing that out of a fear-based or negative belief system. So it depends on your relationship to it, how you approach it. If it is done in a very organic, natural way and your body consciousness says that it needs certain things, then just make sure that it is done in the most respectful, honorable, natural way possible, and you will be fine. So every person is different. Every person will determine for themselves what is true for them. So when you determine what is true for you, no matter what it is, it will not inhibit your ability to channel, because channeling is a natural state when you are simply doing what you love to do, when you are following your passion.
And the ETs that will be making first contact with us who are physical, what will they be eating?
Hybrids and Pleiadians will let you know what their dietary needs are. They probably have, more often than not, what you would call lighter diets because they are operating on a higher frequency. But again, there will be some exceptions that you will find in other species that you will eventually be introduced to. So again, the diet is commensurate with whatever vibrational level you are on. You don't have to force yourself to be more spiritual, but if you feel the idea to move toward a certain kind of dietary intake because your vibration has changed, then that's fine. And changing your frequency upward may, in fact, reduce the urges for certain kinds of substances. So those that operate on much higher frequencies may no longer require certain kinds of substances. But it depends on the species, it depends on their evolutionary path, it depends on several other things.
I had a mysterious experience. One night, I woke up and saw 4 or 5 fetuses surrounding me. Then, a hybrid-like woman began scratching my stomach. I felt real pain, and afterwards, I found an actual wound on my abdomen. What could this mean?
Your dream is kind of a concentrated symbolic version of having an encounter where your DNA was used in the creation of hybrid children. So you kind of compacted all of that into this symbolic memory of actually having an encounter where DNA was extracted from you to create these hybrid children that you perceive were surrounding you as fetuses. It's your brain's way of telling you that this is going on without creating a literal depiction of it. It's more of a symbolic representation of your participation in the hybridization agenda.
Thank you. And what are your thoughts on the African spiritual traditions like Ifa or Ifa, spelled I-F-A with an accent? My love partner is an Ifa high priest and is leading a major shift in Nigeria in 2027. Through him, I've seen how much of what your teachings align with ancient African wisdom, and that was lost due to historical events. Do you see the return of these ancestral practices as a key to Africa's awakening and possibly humanity's future?
Yes, and in fact, many indigenous cultures will reawaken some of their ancient traditions that are more closely associated with contact with extraterrestrials and spiritual beings. These are all, of course, again, permission slips, but nevertheless, they may be more representative of a more direct contact with spirit and with extraterrestrial beings that operate on spiritual level frequencies. So, yes.
I've attended 4 Bashar events in person. At the last 3, I've experienced physical discomfort, similar to nausea, during the second half of the event. At one event in Sedona, it became so intense that I had to leave about 10 to 15 minutes before it ended. Could you please explain what might have caused these experiences?
Yes. It is not absolutely uncommon for people to have these experiences, so don't worry about it. It's just that when you are exposed to a higher frequency, like is generated through the channel's electromagnetic field when we are in connection to him, you are experiencing an energy that is closer to our higher frequency vibration. And that can sort of start to work at forcing or encouraging certain things within you that are compartmentalized within your consciousness that you haven't been ready to face to come to the surface so you can integrate them. And sometimes that can create these side effects like pain and nausea and so on and so forth, and discomfort. You'll get used to it over time as you keep exposing yourself to the higher frequency and as you keep working through and letting go of any beliefs that are not serving you at this time. You will get used to the higher vibration and you will no longer feel the discomfort. So it is a natural process that you are using over time to let go of the things that no longer serve you in your belief system, and those symptoms will eventually disappear over time. But for now, don't worry about it. Just take as much as you can, utilize it, but take the time to work on yourself and let go of beliefs and fear-based beliefs that no longer serve you. You'll be fine.
My life partner recently transitioned. For a period of time, I had a strong urge to be with him in his transition and wanted to off myself. But then, whenever I got to this point in my grief, great ease came about, and I started to feel better. Can you share with us your knowledge on this?
Well, yes, your birth angel, your departed, your spirit guides at that time are sending you love, sending you energy to support you, to sustain you, to let you know that they're still with you. You're not alone. You're still connected. You're still in relation with them. And they are letting you know they're okay. You're okay. Just get on with your life. This is part of your agreement, part of your life path that you agreed to together, because it's drawing you towards spirit. Not that you have to literally die, but the idea is you need to explore more your own spirituality by reaching out to the people in spirit that have preceded you into spirit. But you will not leave until it is your time to leave. Your birth angel will see to that. Nevertheless, you can use that feeling of ease to know that that is them literally sending you loving energy to let you know they are fine, and it is their strong, loving desire that you also treat yourself with that same degree of love and kindness to move on with your life. They're always going to be there for you.
Thank you. So many people are in fear of a coming catastrophe that will destroy humanity as we know it. Destroy society as we know it. It seems to be an underlying theme in our sacred texts and also shows up from from other more contemporary sources. Could you comment on this?
Yes, well, the idea, of course, is that your society is drastically going to change, as we have said, over the next few decades. And so, from ancient times, when these things were perceived and foretold, it may have seemed like it had to happen through something disastrous, because it couldn't be understood how such a thing could be so radically different and yet not contain the impetus of a disaster in order to achieve it. But it is simply the process you're going through now. Not that there will not be some geophysical things that will happen, such as earthquakes and volcanoes and storms and so on and so forth, that are also part of the planet healing itself and going through a transition. But nevertheless, you're going through a process that will happen over time, but it does represent the idea that from the beginning of the change to the ending of the change, it would appear to those from ancient times who foretold this and perceived this that your society would be destroyed and then be rebuilt. But it is a long process that you are experiencing now. And as you navigate through it, you can manage your way through it, again, by following the formula, being of a higher vibration, and experiencing the transformation and shift into a new reality in a way that supports you, in a way that doesn't necessarily require you to experience it in a disastrous method.
Throughout most of recorded history, human mothers often died during childbirth. Yet this is rare among mammals. Even primates don't share this vulnerability. Why is the human reproductive system designed this way? And will new methods or technologies be introduced to make childbirth even easier in the future?
Yes, your genetic technology will improve and increase to the point where childbirth can be made a lot easier, because certain genetic alterations can occur that will allow it to move forward that way. The reason it exists the way that it does is because of the incompatibility that was left in the genetic alterations that were done by the extraterrestrials, the Anu, a long time ago, to the hominid species that they altered and turned into Homo sapiens. So, because of the fact that that wasn't completed properly, because that was left out, because it was ignored, then the difficulty accrues from that. But continuing the genetic alterations, finishing the genetic alterations to allow Homo sapiens to give birth more easily, in about 10 to 15 years, will remove the percentage of risk that exists in giving birth.
And why was it ignored?
It simply wasn't deemed important, and it also was a matter of, to some degree, from certain extraterrestrial perspectives, of keeping the population of humanity in check by not simply allowing them to constantly reproduce every single time.
I see.
That a die-off was necessary to a certain percentage to keep them at a certain population level.
And is this why our population has exploded over the past century?
Well, yes, you have mitigated some of it with your technology, with your medical knowledge. But again, genetic engineering will take this further, but you will be able to control the idea of your birth rate through other methodologies now that your technology is improving.
Thank you. Human beings in the past century have steadily gotten taller, with some countries having an average height that is almost a foot taller than 100 years ago.
Yes.
Will all of humanity turn into giants? Also, how come the Greys ended up so diminutive if human beings seem to constantly seek out taller mates?
Well, you're asking two completely different things that happen for two completely different reasons. So the idea, first and foremost, is yes, you're getting taller because you are opening up more of the ancient genetic Anunnaki genes within humanity, and the Anunnaki were relatively tall. 7 feet on average was not unusual. So humanity, as it connects more to its ancient genetic structure from the Anu, are going to generally get a bit taller. Now, that doesn't mean everyone will be giants in the classical sense. There will be a limit to it, but you will, in general, continue to get a little bit taller on average over the next few hundred years. However, the grays, remember, are a mutation in the opposite direction because of what happened, because of the negativity that happened, because of the environmental collapses that happened, because they went underground and needed to conserve space. For many different reasons, they made themselves smaller in their genetic mutations, going in the opposite directions to conserve energy, to accommodate the population, and for many other reasons, until such time as they could create the hybrids that would allow their civilization to once again grow taller and taller and taller with each successive generation, which is why there are taller grays and why the hybrids are taller than the grays.
Thank you. We have a few questions about Jesus.
Yes.
Did Jesus really live, or was he a story invented by the Romans?
Yes, he really lived.
Jesus studied in India, so he could have mimicked death and actually risen from a trance-like state. Is this the explanation?
Yes and no. For a being of his capabilities, death, in a sense, what you think of as death, is a state of suspension. He died, but was able to hold himself in that state for days and then resurrect. Now, on your planet at this time, it's not unusual for people to recover from death. You now have a name for it, near-death experiences. But back then, people didn't know much about that. But an ascended being, a master, as Jesus was, did die, but was capable of holding himself in that state of death, suspended for several days, until he was capable of actually allowing himself to resurrect.
So does this mean he had essentially a near-death experience?
Essentially, but different than what you typically understand that to be right now, because there are the added factors of his high vibrational frequency and coming back as an altered being that wasn't exactly the idea you recognize as physical anymore. He was more akin at that point after the resurrection to what we recognize our civilization to be, quasi-physical, having the traits of physical and spiritual beings on an elevated, ascended level.
So he came back with a much higher vibration.
Yes, so he transformed. We believe that your word for it is the transfiguration. He upgraded his frequency to be something between physical and non-physical reality, using the death experience, using his astral experience during that time to transform and transfigure his physical form into a higher fourth density state, even though he was still within what you would call third density reality.
Thank you.
Yes. Remember, as we have said, someone from hundreds of years ago observing any of your bodies would see them as glowing with light because you are of a much higher frequency generally in your society today than the society of hundreds of years ago. So the idea of 2,000 years ago, someone transforming into a fourth density being would be seen as glowing with light.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
And on that topic, this person wants to know if Jesus was actually crucified, and if he came back, did he get married and have kids?
Yes, he was crucified, but Mary Magdalene was impregnated before the crucifixion and went on to have a child from Jesus and was married before the crucifixion. Didn't happen after, happened before.
Can you tell us about his lineage?
No. That will be revealed in time.
Thank you. You've mentioned before that Jews contain a large amount of Anunnaki DNA. Since the Anunnaki was supposedly sent down, in a sense, to the Middle East, does the Arabic population include any similar amounts of that DNA? If so, Does this have anything to do with Enlil and Enki?
Yes, it does. But the Middle East is not the only area that the Anunnaki existed in. There were different geographical locations that they set up around your planet. So the Anunnaki genes exist in different cultures, mostly in the indigenous cultures around your planet, in Africa, in the Middle East, in the Americas, so on and so forth. But yes, to answer your question simply, yes, it's all connected to the Sumerian stories in a variety of ways and is representative of the Anunnaki genetic lines in that area.
Could you please describe the use of the Sumerian depictions of Anunnaki holding handbags or a pine cone and bracelet medallion?
These were technologies, different devices for different reasons, communication devices, energy devices, so on and so forth, that were misunderstood at the time.
Okay. In your last transmission, you said, we're just another type of human from when in our linear timeline, from when in our linear timeline was your race created, and how did you commence inhabiting your planet?
About 3,000 of your years ago.
Okay. I'm very critical of myself. I always think I could have done better, even with my aesthetics, always trying to reach a perfection. I know intellectually perfectionism is not good. Can you give me advice on how to let go of perfectionism?
Remember that whatever you are at any given moment is a perfect version of whatever you are at that moment. You will always change. Change is the only constant. So the idea of perfectionism is kind of an insistence on stagnation, an insistence on reaching a point where you will no longer grow, you will no longer change. When you understand that the typical idea of perfectionism on your planet is actually a state of stagnation, you will avoid doing it because you would prefer to constantly grow and constantly change and become something new. So that way you can continue to grow as a soul for all of eternity, for infinity. The idea, therefore, is to understand that you're already perfect for whatever you are at the moment. You are a perfect version of that. And perfection doesn't mean in that moment that you can't change and become something else. So it's all about how you change your definition of what perfectionism is. That will free you up to continue to grow, to continue to expand, but know at the same time that whatever you are right now, you are perfectly the version of that.
When one truly lets go of control and lives in a total trust and synchronicity, it can sometimes feel like there's no more personal desire or forward momentum, just the serenity of the now. Can you tell the difference? How can we tell the difference between surrendering with full presence and simply becoming passive? How do we balance that trust with the idea of creation, excitement, and visualization without forming expectations?
Well, this is a mismatched concept. In the question is the assumption that somehow the experience of a full flow of synchronicity would somehow allow you to become complacent. Just the opposite would happen. You would become more excited about taking more actions to do more things that are more representative of your passion. So you're making an erroneous assumption about actually what would happen. You don't become resigned to becoming passive when you have a full flow of passion and synchronicity in your life. Just the opposite happens. If you're becoming resigned and less active, then you're actually going off of some particular negative belief system that you've bought into that is contrary to the concept of what happens with full passion and full flow of synchronicity. You're mixing your metaphors.
Thank you. I lost my soulmate cat, and I understand the teachings from Bashar and that we need to change our beliefs about loss. But how do we overcome the pain of the physical sensations we no longer have with that physical being? I miss my morning and night greetings and snuggles with her. I miss everything about her, and I feel broken and devastated.
All right, well, again, The cat is still connected to you in many ways. You have to reach out into spirit, to the spirit version of the cat, in order to maintain the connection and feel the connection. But at the same time, we understand what you are going through. Even though it may be on average anywhere from 80 to 100 years before humans reincarnate, of course, there are exceptions based on need and choice, but animals will often reincarnate much more quickly. And therefore, just reaching out with love to the animal may allow another animal that could be considered similar energetically, or in your perspective, a reincarnation of your cat, to come back to you. So allow yourself to feel the love connection that would then act as a draw magnetically to what would be perceived as a different cat that would contain much of the same soul energy vibration that could come to you physically. Be open. Open that door. Don't close the door. Open the door and let a new cat in that would be a continuation of the vibrational energy and would be sent by the spirit of the cat that you are familiar with.
Is that common for animal souls to come back to the same owner several times?
It's not uncommon, yes.
Thank you. You have explained many times that we can choose which emotions that we experience. There's a common belief on Earth that suppressing uncomfortable emotions is not healthy and could lead to other undesirable consequences. Can you offer any clarification or guidance regarding how to navigate uncomfortable emotions and how to experience more of the emotions that we prefer?
Well, yes. We have never, of course, said to suppress any emotions. The idea of choosing which emotions you prefer requires the process of accepting the emotions that come up and understanding why they come up, understanding the belief system that generate those emotions, and going through a process of understanding that those emotions come from holding on to belief systems that are out of alignment with who you are. So we encourage you to go through the process of figuring out why you're holding on to beliefs that generate the emotions you don't prefer to feel. And it is that process that is the way in which you choose the emotions you prefer. Because once you process why you may be experiencing the emotions you don't prefer, by examining your belief systems that are generating those emotions, then you have done the work that will allow you to let go of those beliefs, and therefore letting go of those beliefs will not produce those non-preferred emotions anymore. It's not about the suppressing of those emotions. It's about finding out why they're there, working through it, and then letting them go because they're no longer necessary, because you're not holding on to those beliefs that are generating them. And thus, through that process, that is the way you choose the emotions you prefer, because that's all that would be left.
You have said that your definition of abundance is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it.
Yes.
If that is your definition of abundance, then what is your definition of power, and what makes a powerful person or a person powerful?
Their true selves, connection to their true selves, connection to spirit, connection to all that is, knowing that that connection always exists, knowing that they are an indestructible soul. Knowing this and behaving and acting like you know this is the key to power. But power on earth sometimes is misconstrued. It is the willingness and the ability to take the actions that are in alignment with who you truly are that are expressions of your true power. And that's what we mean when we say using the power of the illusion of physical reality rather than falling under the illusion of power, which causes people to try to manipulate their physical reality in controlling ways, in negative ways, in fear-based ways, because they're not in touch with themselves. They're not connected to their understanding of their true vibration. They don't feel connected to source. They feel cut off. So it is the understanding that you know that connection can never go away, coming from that certainty, from that knowingness in all the actions that you take that are representative of your true self. That is true power.
In the manifestation process, you said that knowing is the most important phase. How do I move into knowing that my desire is real? Will that mean I am attached to or insisting on the outcome?
Well, it might be, but the idea is, again, knowing is beyond belief. So when you have examined your belief systems about why you're choosing to do what you're choosing to do, and you understand the motivation behind it, then it can be clear as to whether you are acting out of a negative or fear-based belief, or whether you are actually truly moving in the direction of your passion when you talk about your desire. But when you move in the direction of your passion, no insistence is required. You simply know that you are in the vibration of your truth. You can feel the flow of synchronicity in your life and the flow of ease and the flow of creativity and imagination. And it's not about insisting on a particular outcome, because you understand that that insistence is actually a limitation, so you won't do it. And therefore you will allow whatever manifests to manifest, because you know that it doesn't really matter what manifests. You will always be able to use it in a positive way. And therefore you understand the concept that we have shared with all of you, that it doesn't matter what happens, it only matters what you do with what happens that makes the difference in your life. So when you understand how these things work, you will know why you are choosing what you are choosing, and there will be no confusion.
Thank you. My wife has told me that she wishes to divorce me and that she will not make a final decision until later in the year. According to the formula, I know I should be focusing on my highest excitement of us staying together without any insistence on the outcome. But I find the lack of insistence on the outcome difficult when I focus on us staying together. So, can I also follow the formula by simply focusing on maintaining a happy state of mind?
Yes, and that's really what you need to focus on, is happiness for all concerned, the bigger picture for everyone involved. It's not about insisting that you stay together. That is an insistence, because you don't know that that's actually the best thing for you. And by the way, it sounds like, in a sense, she's already made up her mind. So the idea is to allow whatever needs to happen as a reflection of what you need to experience to learn the lessons you each need to learn to be more of who you are, and to allow yourself to remain in a state where your desire is really for the happiness and the benefit of all, regardless of how that looks physically. Whether it means you stay together or whether it means you don't stay together is not the point. The point is, what will be the best for all concerned? What will allow us to truly be ourselves, and what will be representative of us living in happiness and joy, and in a way to support each other in that endeavor, to be ourselves, to be happy, to be joyful, creative, imaginative, loving beings, and not focus so much on the way in which physical reality interprets that. So yes, the idea of focusing on staying together is not representative of your highest joy. It's representative of an insistence that the physical reality has to represent certain things, when it can actually be represented in many different ways if you would give it a chance to do so. And then you may be surprised at what the outcome actually looks like, that actually benefits you all.
Sometimes, even when I want to accomplish something, my mind distracts me with unproductive activities. I've noticed it resists change and clings to comfort. For example, I want to meditate and read daily, yet I skip a 12-minute meditation, but spend hours watching TV shows I don't even enjoy. What am I really fearing? And how can I break the cycle and move towards my highest self?
Well, you've asked the question that you need to answer. What are you really fearing by moving forward? What are you afraid will happen? So your procrastination is all about the fear of moving forward, because you think something worse will happen if you do, or you'll think you lose something if you do, or some variation of that belief system. So you have to stop paying attention to the stories that the negative belief is telling you and forcing you to wait and hold back and procrastinate, because it's telling you that something worse will happen if you actually let go of those things and start being more active and proactive in moving forward on your passions in life and your creativity and imagination. You have to find out what you're afraid might happen. So you've answered the question by asking the question. What is it that you do fear about moving forward that makes you hesitate?
Does Willa Hillcrissing have any messages that she would like to share as we begin to enter the era of open contact?
Open contact, in a sense, is the seed, the beginning that leads to her reality. And therefore, her wishes are for all of those who are excited and passionate about the idea of shifting into that new reality that leads to her reality, wishing them all to find themselves in love, to find themselves in truth, to find themselves in beauty, and to find themselves in harmony, creativity, and imagination that opens up a world that becomes her world of unlimited potential, of unlimited experience, of unlimited expansion. Stay in that state, and you will accelerate the shift to the reality that ultimately becomes her world. And she thanks you for your willingness to do so.
Thank you, Bashar. I have one last question.
Yes.
If ETs around Earth had a newspaper, what would headlines be about humans right now?
Humans are about to wake up. Be ready.
Thank you. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Only, once again, our unconditional love to all. And we thank you for your service and your willingness to understand that you chose these life paths. You chose to face these challenges. We commend you and applaud you for doing so and being the strong souls that you are to transform darkness into light, limitation into freedom, negative into positive. We understand from your perspective that it's been a long road. But that road, that fork in the road that leads to what you would consider to be a better future, is right around the corner. Don't give up. We're with you. You're never alone. Walk with us hand in hand through that doorway. Take that fork. Take the road less traveled. It will lead you into beauty, grace, and opportunity. Allow yourselves now to simply become relaxed in that vibration. Hold that vibration as we move forward in this transmission.
Thank you, Bashar. We love you.
Our love to you as well. Let us move forward into the idea of relaxing and breathing and opening up to the understanding of the 40-year cycles that we have shared with you this day. And allow yourselves in breathing deeply and slowly and relaxing into that energy and looking forward into the probabilities of the next 40-year cycle after 2027, that you begin to allow yourself to let in your imagination, the idea of seeing extraterrestrial beings among you, walking the streets, sharing their knowledge, giving you gifts, allowing you to explore and explain things to yourself that bring you forward, that move you forward, that allows you to breathe more easily, more freely, to feel the connection to all, to not only other humans, but to the cosmos, other extraterrestrials, other extra-dimensional. Allow yourself to see the hybrid children